Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, or we're doing recognitions, so, and I'll introduce.
Welcome. Okay, we're in open session recognitions, and I'll hand it over to Dr. Velez.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, we're running just a little bit late. We have some awesome recognitions this afternoon. I first want to invite up Megan Mannion and Toby Brannon to introduce all of the amazing work being done at TVHS, the Regenerative Farm and Vineyard Volunteers. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I introduce Miss Donna Leone, our principal at Temecula Valley High School.
Thank you, Jose. Good evening. I wanted to take the opportunity to introduce Megan Mannion and Tobin Brannon. Megan is a literacy specialist at Isabel Barnett, and she's also our new 20% CTE regenerative agriculture teacher at TVHS. This is her 18th year of teaching and 10th in TVUSD. She also works part-time at Wilson Creek Winery as a vineyard associate. She's the advisor for our TVHS Regenerative Agriculture Club that she started in 2019. She's also studied at Cal Poly SLO Agriculture and UC Davis, and she's currently earning her master's in agriculture education at Chico. Megan's vision of converting the degraded hillside, and you guys know what that is in the back of TVHS, into a farm dates back to 2014 when she dropped her son off for high school along Margarita Road. In 2018, she reached out to our teacher, Toby Brannon, who's been teaching at our school for 17 years, after reading about his biosustainability project, and we all know what a great project that is. Megan and Toby have worked tirelessly to bring this Hillside Farm project to fruition, along with the many student volunteers and club members that we're honoring today, and they spent almost their entire summer working on this summer. So I introduce to you Megan and Tobin.
I'm definitely excited to honor these students. Collectively, these students put in over 1,000 service hours on our hillside. And this summer, it was hot, so they came regardless of the weather. We definitely ate our share of watermelon. What we're going to do is when I call somebody's name, we're going to give them a double clap, okay? Just one double clap. That's the elementary teacher in me. And then we can give a big applause at the end. To start, I want to tell you something about my first student I'm recognizing, Rowan Brannon. He put in over 100 hours this summer, and he also became our irrigation specialist. So when Toby and I had issues with irrigation, he was our go-to. He read the manuals, he watched videos, so he really trained me and trained Toby to really learn our irrigation system with the solenoids and the sprinklers and the timers. So I'm very appreciative to all his hard work. So thank you, Rowan. Come on up. Okay, so we're gonna try it again. Oh, it's over there. We're gonna try a double clap from now on. Here we go. McKenna Breeden, Charles Collazo, Hudson Cooper, Adalia Curatolo, Alex Espino, Samantha Harvey, Nathan Hernandez, Aiden Hernandez, Caleb Hotchkiss and his family, Jordan Jackson, Mario Jimenez, Aaron Johnston, Annika Jost, Timothy Kraus, and Anthony Lockman. One more thing I want to point out is we had students from all three high schools. We had students from Chaparral, Great Oak, and at TV. So that was definitely special. Toby's going to name the rest.
Thank you. And again, I also wanted to say thank you to the school district. Thank you to Dr. Velez and the entire executive council. Without them, this would not be a reality. We worked really, really hard to make this a possibility, but without their support, this would have never happened. So thank you. Carrying on, we're going to go on with the two-clap method here again. Emily Lara. Michael Lopez, Abigail Mafia, Billy Martin, Dante Nguyen, Beckham, I hope I get this right, Beckham Pomkade, Audrey Pollock, Zachary Polopat, Amanda Reyes, Isabella Reynoso, Faith Thibault, Ali Wetanaka, Lorena Vargas, and Kendall Walensky. Thank you to the students.
Thank you to our staff at Temecula Valley High School, and thank you to all of our students and our families who are committing the time and effort to this. I'm extremely excited to see where this is going to go. And now all you get to squeeze in there for a picture. Okay, at this time, I would like to invite up Ms. Kelly Gradstein. Kelly is our Director in Student Welfare and Success, as we want to honor our centralized enrollment staff. They've done a phenomenal job. As well as I would like to invite up our Executive Director, Jess Caponegro, in Student Welfare and Success.
I am not Kelly, yeah, that is correct. But I just wanted to give Kelly a little introduction because she's going to be highlighting the amazing work that our CEC team did this year. But I want to thank Kelly for doing such a wonderful job. The enrollment process is always a very hectic time of year for us, pretty much from late spring into summer. It's incredibly busy, and this is one of the smoothest years ever, and this was all thanks to Kelly and the work she did with the amazing team that we have. So, Kelly, come on up.
Thank you, Jess. So good evening, Governing Board and Executive Cabinet. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to recognize this amazing team and the support staff that we have. Throughout the majority of the school year, centralized enrollment is staffed by 5 individuals, 4 technicians and 1 bilingual clerk, because we do enrollment all year long. During the summer, we receive a landslide of enrollments where we need additional staff to make sure that our kids are enrolled and ready to start on the first day. Sure that every family has the support that they need. As much as I would love to say that we have everybody enrolled, we still have about 300 applications that we're going through and families that have not yet been able to start school. So we're happy to be here, but know that there's still more work to be done. So our CEC team that we're recognizing tonight is the 5 individuals who work there full-time, as well as the support staff who have joined us this summer. But I also want to recognize 2 other people that are not pictured here. And the first is Lucy Hyde. Lucy Hyde works in our special education department, and she manages all of the enrollment for special education students. And so we would not be able to enroll in the way that we do without her. So I definitely want to recognize her. As well as Carmen Adame works in Student Welfare and Success. Carmen's full-time job is SWS, but during the summer she has answered hundreds of Let's Talk messages and voicemails and walked people through the enrollment process. So I really want to make sure we recognize those two individuals tonight as well. So please join me in taking a moment to recognize the work, dedication, and commitment of this year's CEC summer team. And we'll go with the 2 clap. That sounds great. All right, first up, Gina Chun, Michelle Hinkey, Yvette Jean-Paul, Linda Mina, Donna Barr, Wendy Combs, Karina Carreo, Julie DeYoung, Dina Fausto, Erica Romo, Carla Vasquez, Trudy Warren, Lucy Hyde, and Carmen Adame. Thank you for the opportunity.
And to our centralized enrollment staff, including Ms. Hyde from Special Education, thank you all so much for your commitment over the summer. When many of us are enjoying our summer times, many of you are working overtime to make sure kids are enrolled. So thank you very much.
We have one student name that was not on the list.
We got one more student for the TVHS program.
All right.
Yes, so I'm so sorry, Merrick. Merrick Rainieri, please come up too. Thank you for your time on the hillside.
Poor kid. Okay, recognitions are now done, so we will wait for open session to start. Probably started up at about 6:20. Thank you, everybody. Huh? 46 general? 26 general? Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, 26. 26. Oh. I'm going to call it to order. Good evening and welcome to the regular open session meeting of the Temecula Valley Unified School District Board of Education on August 22nd, 2023 at 6:29 p.m. The board has been in closed session since 4 o'clock. In attendance, we have in governing board, we have Mrs. Allison Barclay, Mr. Danny Gonzalez, myself, Dr. Joseph Komrosky, Mr. Stephen Schwartz, and Mrs. Jennifer Wiersma. Secretary to the board, Dr. Kimberly Velez, interim superintendent, Mrs. Nicole Lash, Assistant Superintendent, Business Support Services. Mr. Frank Arce, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources Development. Ms. Nicole Deas, Interim Assistant Superintendent, Educational Support Services. Mr. Jess Caponegro, Interim Executive Director, Student Support Services. That's quite a title. Mrs. Lene Anasebar, Executive Assistant to the Superintendent. And if everybody could rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, if you have hats on, if you could take them off, hand over the hearts. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have a readout of action taken in closed session. Closed session began at 4 o'clock. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session.
It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Gonzalez to deny the claim for damages for MG and DG received on July 18th, 2023. The vote, 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Recognitions, announcements, school-related organizations. Before the board meeting began, the board recognized our Temecula Valley High School, Regenerative Farm, and Vineyard volunteers, in addition to our hardworking centralized enrollment and registration team. There you go. Thank you, and we will now have our student spotlights and school-related organizations. We have Chaparral High School first, Jillian Hareen and Ellie Ray Majori Annette.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Komrosky, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Jilly Herron.
And I'm Ellie Majorionette. Thank you for having us.
You may remember us from the last school board meeting before school was out for summer. Oh, how much we miss summer. Anywho, we are this year's ASB presidents at Chaparral High School.
Our first day was dedicated to celebrating being back to school and welcoming our Pumas into the new year. It was a great success. We started the day with an all-school rally, and Pumas came to school in their new Navy Spirit shirts. If you haven't heard, we have moved past the bright green and reeled in back to sporting our true school colors and focusing on the Navy. With the whole school together, student participants competed, representing their grade level. Pumas in the stands cheered them on. Of course, our seniors won.
Our Fab 5 team launched our new Puma Pit shirts into the crowds during the rallies. Now Puma Pit shirts are being sold because this year we are head-focused on increasing school spirit and our student sections.
After baking in the sun for a while, we had a rotation between a field day and an indoor rally. Students had the chance to play various games and participate in some Puma fun on the field for the field day portion, while the others gathered in the gym to watch performances from cheer, drumline, dance, and Heo Hananani. The performances were amazing, and Pumas were happy to be in the air conditioning. We also got a chance to meet our fall sports teams.
In order to raise excitement before the luau last Friday night, we had our dance and Tahitian teams perform at lunch. In 1 week, we sold 1,700 tickets to our luau. Pumas danced and enjoyed their free Kona ice after the long but exciting first week of school. A main goal this year at Chaparral High School is to increase our climate and culture by amplifying school spirit. During week 1, CHS focused on Puma pride, passion, respect, integrity, determination, and excellence. During our CAT 30 classes, students watched video shorts and completed team building challenges. The top classes that completed the challenge correctly and delivered it to a location on campus were given rewards such as pizzas, Otter Pops, and 5-star points. We have seen such spirited energy in students, teachers, and administrators, and we are going to do our best to keep this spirit strong throughout the whole school year.
This week, we had a school-wide vote to decide our homecoming theme of Greece. We look forward to planning HOCO with this as our theme.
Now we have a current overview on fall sports, starting with girls volleyball. So our girls volleyball team won their first home game against Centennial last week, and a ton of students came out to support. The next game is this Thursday against Santiago.
We're looking forward to our first home football game, which is this Friday, August 25th, against Apple Valley. We're expecting to have a big show out for the Puma Pit.
Congrats to girls field hockey for winning their first game in 2 years last week. We're so proud of them.
Girls golf had their first match this afternoon. We wish them the best of luck.
And we wanted to give a shout out to Deputy Bowers back there. Back there, he does an awesome job at school. And also our government teacher, Mr. Slow.
Yep.
And that's all we have for you today. Thank you and have a Puma-tastic night.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have Great Oak High School, Elisa and Madison.
Hi, we are so excited to be back this school year representing Great Oak. My name is Alyssa Key, and I am the Senior School Board Representative.
I'm Madison Jantz, the Junior Representative. Great Oak spirit is alive and well. We continue to be recognized as one of the top high schools in America. Our core values are spirit, and this year we have come back to celebrate Great Oak's 20th year in Temecula.
To start us off, we'd like to talk about registration and our freshman orientation. Registration had an amazing turnout this year. Registration was run by our amazing WSB and Great Oak staff. Students were greeted with welcoming smiles and warm greetings. We had Red Wave, Homecoming, and clubs advertising what they do in their upcoming events.
Now going into our freshman orientation. Freshman orientation was held on the same day as their own registration. WSB and peer leaders led freshmen through fun team building activities and rotations filled with information about their upcoming year. It was a great turnout, and it allowed our freshmen to learn more about our school and grow more excited and less nervous about their first day of high school. Orientation was finished with an amazing rally that introduced freshmen and their families to spirit. This night was completed with our freshman barbecue, where freshmen were introduced to the many clubs that make up Great Oak.
The first day was one of the best we've ever had. Since this year was Great Oak's 20th anniversary, we wanted to go big. First, the whole school gathered on the football field and took a panoramic picture. After, everyone gathered in their second period to help assemble a quilt that will be sewn and put on display. During lunch, we held a school-wide carnival where kids would meet the staff members, play games, and in return receive a nice treat. We also had a rally for the first day, which included the groups Ohana, Haka, Step, Dance, and Cheer. It was a class competition throughout the whole rally to see who would get the most points and win ice cream for their class.
In the classrooms, teacher introduced our amazing administrators and showed the first ever lip dub that was filmed last year, which showcased our amazing clubs, electives, and athletics. Each classroom made one quilt square, which will be put together to form one massive quilt representing all of the students on campus. Red Wave wristbands were given to every student, highlighting our 20 years of spirit, and are worn every wristband Wednesday.
Thursday was our first football game against Vista Murrieta. Students and staff were all wearing red and were excited for the very first game of the season. Our Red Wave section had an amazing turnout and was loud as ever. The Great Oak dance and cheer teams were cheering on the sidelines and were getting our crowd involved with the help of the Red Wave. Halftime was amazing with performances from dance, step, cheer, and the spirit of Great Oak, which included our band and color guard. Overall, it was an amazing night and only makes everyone look forward to the rest of the season even more.
This past Tuesday, our girls volleyball team beat Hemet in straight sets and continued this winning streak into the weekend where they won all 3 games in their tournament. Moving on to our second week of school, events are piling up. Monday, we had our varsity field hockey team play against Temecula Valley, where they won 3-0. And today, we have our varsity girls golf and all levels of girls volleyball playing. Continuing with our sports teams, we have girls varsity golf competing on both Wednesday and Thursday. We also have our varsity and JV field hockey teams competing on Thursday against Murrieta Valley, as well as our freshman and JV football teams playing Fallbrook.
Tonight, we also have our fall night rally and movie night premiering Back to the Future in preparation for our homecoming. Our fall night rally will be a night filled with fun games and performances from our many teams at Great Oak. It's also a great way to support our fall sport teams as they are all recognized. After this fantastic rally, the showing of Back to the Future, where students can bring blankets, chairs, and snacks and watch this fantastic movie with their friends.
We are also excited to announce that a new program will be taking place at Great Oak. Thanks to our new athletics director, Mr. Califano, a scholar athlete program that recognized the player with the highest GPA in every varsity team in every season. These players will receive not only a patch for their jackets, but an award once all players are recognized for their academic excellence.
Coming up on September 9th, our homecoming. This year's theme is Back to the Future, and we have a themed dress-up week. Tuesday is Time Travel Day, where freshmen dress up as the 70s, sophomores as the 80s, juniors as the 90s, and seniors as the 2000s. Wednesday is Western Day. Thursday is Futuristic Day, where everyone dresses up as their future occupation, college, or military branch. And Friday is Red Day and our homecoming football game. And starting the weekend off with our homecoming dance, where we have carnival rides and more treats than before.
Thank you so much for having us. We can't wait to see you at the next meeting in September. We hope you have a great night, and as always, go Wolfpack!
Thanks, Elisa and Madison. Next up, we have Temecula Valley High School, Alicia and Nick.
Hey everyone, thank you for having us back for another year. I'm Alicia Rodriguez, and I'm super excited to be back again as a junior for Student Spotlight this time.
And I'm Nicholas Johnson, a junior as well, and I'm ready to jump right in.
The school always has a lot of preparation for the new school year, but ASB has been working hard and we're prepared for an awesome year, and we're ready to make TV even better. It started with business days. They were long and very hot, but they're always rewarding, helping everyone get ready for the first day. We're able to find the need, and we are just as happy to see our fellow students and their families get their books, merch, and photos for the school year, along with fun conversations about summer and the excitement. We even served water and offered to miss people as they sit in a few short but hot lines.
Just right after business days, our freshmen were back on campus to participate in our annual freshman orientation that we like to call Freshman Traditions. This gives them a taste of what it means to be a Golden Bear on campus by getting to know the campus, learning traditions of the campus, meeting students involved in activities like ASB, cheer, and taking a detailed tour of the campus to get them ready for the new school year. Freshmen are often most nervous about finding their classes, but we're there to help them out.
And our first activity for students that didn't involve lines for books and for paperwork was Senior Sunrise. Although the summer day was unpredictably more of a winter cloudy day, the seniors still loved it. They kicked it back with their friends and got more excited for what's to come in the senior year. And it's so amazing that everybody woke up at 5 in the morning to attend this on a summer day.
Speaking of the new school year, on our first day of school, we hit it off with our welcome back rally, which was a Madagascar themed, hosted by our ASP members, and I even got to be one of the 4 penguins. It got the students excited for what's to come this year. They got to watch performances by Ohana and Haka, Swing Dance, our dance team, and Cheer, who brought out some varsity football players to dance alongside them. It also included games and staff participations, along with an introduction from Miss Leon, our principal. It was such a fun and exciting way to kick off the new year. To finish off a fantastic first week of school, on Friday, we held our famous luau dance. This year, we turned it into a pirate's paradise with food, drinks, games, and a giant foam pit, a bright dance floor, and the Hawaii Community Foundation to get donations from our students to support the tragedies in Maui. Cheer parents were also there to help serve water, and a ton of staff members helped with check-in.
Last Saturday, some of our seniors came out for our yearly senior parking painting. It's always such a blast seeing all the hard work and efforts our seniors put into creative parking spots. A bunch of parents even came to help, but due to the rain, we are offering some more weekends.
2 days. Club Rush is a chance for lots and lots of students to connect with each other. We encourage our students to come find a club that sparks their interest and sign up to join. Towards the end of last school year, with input from students and staff, and have been working for a new bear brand logo. We love the redesign with a new welcoming proud bear to represent the campus. You'll start to see it popping up all over campus.
We'd also like to give a special shout out to our new assistant principals, Mrs. Wolfenstein and Mr. Wozniak, for being super welcoming and excited for the new school year. Both joined us from our feeder middle schools, and it really seems like they're trying to learn the names of every student they meet. We can't wait to see more of what the two will bring to TV. It really seems like they're trying to learn the names of every student they meet. We can't wait to see more of what the two will bring to TV. It has been a very busy week, very hot, but I know that this school year will be definitely one to remember, and we can't wait to share more of what has yet to come. We've got a bunch of fun events to be working on, but until next time, thank you again for having us, and we'll see you again next month. I'm Alicia.
And I'm Nick.
And stay golden.
Thanks, Alicia and Nick. Next up, we have TVA Spotlight with Mr. Edgar Diaz.
Good evening, board, staff. Here I am again, honored to represent the 1,312 members in TVA and growing every day. Just give you a little highlight of what we've been busy on for the first few weeks here back to school. Our union is comprised of the certificated employees throughout the district, including teachers, SLP psychologists, social workers, counselors, special education professionals. We all care about the state of our district, the teaching and learning conditions throughout the district, and the ability of our families to earn a decent living in Temecula. As an organization, there are 4 officers elected at large, 9 additional members of the executive board elected through their role, and over 70 members of leadership council elected from physical sites or job positions. This union is everyone's union. It allows us to create structures to work with the district administration to problem solve, represent educators' role in the learning environment, add our voice in the implementation of programs that follow the coordinated bargaining agreement to encourage work-life balance, and bargain for a prevailing wage in the region that keeps us competitive and allows our members' families to meet their goals. This union of educators will embrace all 106 new hires as of today. The district continues to add every day from what I've been going through and onboarding them. And our union of educators will guide and coach them through the art of educating students, developing classroom management skills, adapting to the culture of the site and the district, and navigating the contract to ensure success. This union of educators also welcomes about a dozen TVUSD alumni that will now serve as colleagues, some at the site they attended. That's what we were excited to be back and working with the people that once taught you. This union of educators relies on each other to develop lessons, share stories, support each other through difficult days, and to bring forward valuable solutions to classrooms, campuses, and the district. When you walk onto a campus, you see our union of educators. Our educators curate the California standards and frameworks to develop engaging lessons, provide supports for students to ensure access to the curriculum to make TVUSD the top performing district that it is. This union of educators has millenniums of experience to deal with almost any situation. We have onboarded not only brand new teachers, but teachers with a lot of experience, and our teachers have been here for a long time. Dr. Komrosky, as a CTA member, do you recognize the importance of being able to help our teachers become stronger? Do you all recognize the passion our educators have to ensure that students prepare for any opportunity that may open to them in the future? That is what I love about our union, the willingness to give part of yourself for the benefit of the students of the community. I'll provide the example of a classroom. TVUSD has brought in a slew of new educators to classrooms across the district. You, the board, provide them with chairs, desks, and walls. As an educator, you may be lucky to receive an adult teacher chair. Sometimes they're tiny, and you have to make do until you're able to upgrade or buy your own. Our educators inject their passion into creating welcoming environments, effective working groups, and that is all done with personal expenses that could go to their families or other expenses they may have. So a lot of it is out of pocket. Our educators should not shoulder that financial burden for the benefit of the district. Parents, you should know that most sites in that classroom or most items in that classroom are purchased by that educator. Sites may provide a $100 to $300 budget. That also may include copies, and those amounts have only slightly increased in the 20 years I have taught here. We are doing our part as a union of educators. We have a 3-year history of providing classroom grants to our new members. This year, TVA offered a $25 grant to any new member joining the district, and CTA is supporting with $300 to any first-year teacher who joins. That is generous, all made possible by our union of educators. In these short weeks, our union of educators was able to finalize MOUs to start an agricultural program at TVHS, create an academic calendar for Rancho Vista High School, create an opportunity to offer certificated staff with health insurance from a family member in a way to save money monthly. Elementary and middle school stipends were reinstated, an amount that was agreed to the previous year, but we had some sticking points about individuals have only duties that are limited to what they were already doing while participating in site leadership meetings. We hope that a true representation of a staff is incorporated in these committees in future iterations by allowing groups to elect their representation to site leadership teams. Our union of educators are putting in a massive effort to open a new campus, Summit Academy, and also moving HIIA to a new campus that is centrally located in our district. On the first day, you saw our union of educators welcoming students and families to campuses, helping students get acclimated to new campuses and classrooms, reaching out to parents with opportunities to be involved and strengthen the school-parent connection, providing an overview of the supports and communication channels during back-to-school nights to help parents advocate for their child's education. Trust me, our union of educators want parents involved. Who is this union of educators? That's TVA. That's all of us in the classrooms and the offices, staffing sites. We advocate to ensure that services are delivered to students efficiently and to the highest rigor possible to prepare students for any opportunity that may be open to them. But we have more to address. It is our expectation that the collaborative effort continues with HRD to reassign new teachers with probationary contracts or temporary contracts as early in the fall as possible. These employees have committed to the children of this community by leaving jobs and moving to this area. TVUSD needs to commit to them. It is horrible to carry an undue amount of educators on temporary contracts in which they will lose their benefits and their pay during the summer months. We also expect TVUSD to come to the table to discuss a fair prevailing wage for the employees of this district. We have dates on the calendar for our bargaining teams to meet and continue the process started in May of last year before it was derailed with the firing of the superintendent, bringing instability to the district's leadership. That delayed our employees' access to a cost of living adjustment provided by the state in the state funding of LCAP funds. That increase was 8.22%. And the previous year, after we had settled, the state increased the base formula by 2%. The employees of TVUSD do not deserve to wait as you march to pass national political solutions in the district. The employees should not fear that the reserve fund or the increased funding is spent on hiring additional firms to help the trustees chase the next national headline. It happened to our substitutes. In the winter, there was a statement that was made that they were going to bring back the position to be able to reevaluate substitute pay for this current year. Where did that evaporate to? Oh, I know. Our employees deserve better.
Point of order, Mr. Arce, can you address that? Because I believe a couple board members did talk about the follow-up on the substitute pay. Yeah.
What specifically would you like me to address, Dr. Komrosky?
The evaluation of the substitutes. We brought that up. Remember how months ago we said, hey, we'll reevaluate that in the summertime? I believe that was brought up a board meeting or two ago.
So yes, we can reevaluate and we can bring back the data related to the sub bonuses that were paid out at the end of June.
That's it.
I just wanted to be sure that we,
No, let's move.
all right, fine. We'll
Okay,
mention it later.
CSEA Spotlight with Andrew Enriquez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am 101511. That is the number that the district has assigned to me 28 years ago. That number is how we are feeling. That is the number that we have just been looked at. We are not part of the equation anymore. Our employees are not feeling part of the equation anymore. We have 240 vacancies current. 240. I have ladies and gentlemen at the high school level that are running between 5 classes a day. Or no, a period, I'm sorry. That's 5 classes a period. That is unacceptable. I have instructional assistants that have no devices to be able to teach the kids that are present. That is unacceptable. Watching that happen, you are losing us. You are losing us, and I've said hemorrhaging before to the previous board and to this board. We are losing our aides at an alarming rate. Whatever the reason, we are losing them. A lot of it has to do with pay. We are no longer a competitive district, whether it's talking about our custodians, our bus drivers, or instructional assistants. We are overworked, and we are struggling to be able to meet the needs of the students of this district. Tell me why it's 240. Tell me why 34 childcare aides are missing. Tell me why 24 instructional assistant 2s and 42 instructional assistant 3s. I can tell you why. They're not feeling supported in the classroom anymore. They're feeling like they're in danger because the students are hitting them and the district doesn't seem to mind that they're being injured. That's the truth. Ask any of the aides if you go out to the sites that are dealing with our special needs students. They are not feeling supported by their teachers. No, I take that back. They are being supported by the teachers. They're not being supported by the district itself. We have to advocate for them to get devices to protect themselves, to have bite sleeves. They're trying. But like I said, they are spread way too thin. On to the next subject. We will be bargaining with the district on the 6th of September. We were given a demand to bargain on June 6th, I believe. My timing might be off. For our chapter to move toward tiered rates. We met twice. The deadline for those tiered rates were August 15th, but we only met twice to discuss. It's a little bit of a problem. 10, 15, 11 doesn't care for that very much. We were put on the back burner. I understand it was during the summer, but with a timeline and a deadline, that's a problem. We have moved forward with a level 3 grievance with regards to the process. Will remind the board that we are going to be meeting again. The discussion continues, but it was voted on by the chapter to move to that position. My last item that I want to bring to you guys is that I sent an email to the board and to Dr. Velez. The California School Employees Association, in its Chapter 538, demand that the Temecula Valley Unified School District cease and desist from actions taken on August 15th. That's when the board agenda came out with the attachment, with the intent to change board policy by the addition of 5020.1. In documentation obtained by CSEA, the district unilaterally intends to change board policy with the addition of 5021.1. This change to board policy will have an adverse impact on terms and conditions of employment of the classified employees of CSEA Chapter 538. Under Article 22 of the Collective Bargaining Agreement, Article 22.1, Rights to Discipline, it states that the district may impose discipline on an employee in accordance with terms of the article for just cause or consistent with subjects to provisions of board policy AR 4218. Under Administrative Regulation 4218, causes P, violations of district and board or department rules, policies, or procedures. CSEA demands the district immediately cease and desist from the above-mentioned unilateral change and returns to status quo. This matter is within the scope of representation as it relates to wages, hours, and terms of condition of employment. Should the district refuse to bargain in good faith, CSEA will have no other choice but to consider exhausting other administrative remedies, up to and including filing an unfair labor practice against the district. Now, I want to let everybody know that our contract pretty much spells out that anything within board policy is cause for discipline if we break it. It's embedded in our contract. So by the district changing, or us, because we're all part of this, by us changing the parental notification, it opens up discipline to the classified employees. You guys are obligated by ERA, the Education Employee Relations Act, Section 3543.2, to bargain if the resolution passes. If the resolution does pass, I will put a cease and desist on behalf of my chapter and demand to bargain this change of policy because it's within our right and it's part of the law. Now, I remind the board that you do make the decision on what needs to go forward, but there are policies and practices that must be followed in order to change some of these things. And I believe one of your board members had reminded the district that when things get changed in board policy, you are obligated to bargain them. I'm letting you know, if it does pass, I have no choice but to put that demand to bargain. With all respect, that's the process, that's the law, and that's our right. Thank you very much. You enjoy your evening, and I will see you again next time.
Thank you, Mr. Enriquez. Next, we have PTA Spotlight, Heather Cross. Mrs. Cross.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Heather Cross, and I am the new president for the Temecula Valley Council of PTAs. I would just like to take a couple of minutes to share with you the tremendous accomplishments of all of the PTA units within the Temecula Valley Unified School District. This year, we had the exciting privilege of welcoming 2 new units to our ranks. That would be Alamos Owls PTA and Summit Academy PTSA. So with the addition of these 2 units, TVUSD now has 27 active PTA and PTSA units. As the school year begins, we are thrilled to see that membership is thriving across the board, with many of our units already surpassing 100 members. A few have already reached a staggering 200 memberships, a mere 10 days, into the school year. Memberships allow PTA, allow PTA units to continue supporting each and every student with various activities and opportunities throughout the school year. From field trips and assemblies to classroom supplies and technology, memberships are vital in supporting these endeavors. As fall approaches, we will also begin to see fall festivals, trunk or treats, movie nights galore. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. So as I speak of the importance of membership, I would like to ask just one favor. If you haven't done so yet, please go to jointotem.com and choose a PTA or a PTSA to support by purchasing a membership. It only takes a couple of minutes, and that unit will then be one membership closer to reaching their goal. In addition to the exciting family enrichment events I mentioned moments ago, we are also excited to kick off the Reflections program for the 2023-2024 school year. The theme this year is I am hopeful because, and I cannot wait to see what our amazingly talented students will submit. I am proud to say that we had multiple entries reach the state level last year, and I have no doubt we will soar beyond that this year. Art is a great equalizer where students of all walks of life can show up and create something unique and beautiful. We would love to invite all of you to our Reflections Showcase on December 18th, and that's at the Golden Bear Theater at TVUSD, where we get to show off all of the masterpieces that our students have created. As we continue into this new school year, I am anxiously waiting to see what the rest of the year will bring. At the conclusion of the 2022-2023 school year, TVUSD set a 5-year high in volunteer hours logged with an astonishing 168,128 hours dedicated to our students. In the independent sector, volunteer hours are valued at $37.32 per hour, which means volunteers donated a jaw-dropping $6,274,536.96 in nothing but time spent making things better for our children. That does not include any sort of monetary donations or fundraising done by our sites to further support the students. So I personally cannot wait to see how many hours we as volunteers spend this year helping to ensure that every child has the opportunity to reach his or her potential. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on to public comments. I'll just read my statement. Public comments are an important part of the board meeting, and they're given careful consideration by the board. Public comment is restricted to items listed on the meeting agenda or otherwise within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes for a maximum total of 30 minutes, unless otherwise determined by the board. The board does not take any formal action on items during public comment or on any item that has not been placed on the published agenda in accordance with the Brown Act. Public comment provides members of the public with an opportunity to speak to the board. Accordingly, public comments are to be directed to the board only and not to the audience in attendance or to individual audience members. Hate speech, obscenity, and other conduct during public comment that does or is likely to disrupt the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Similarly, conduct by audience members that does or is likely to disrupt public comment or any other aspect of the board meeting from proceeding is prohibited. Attendees who disrupt the meeting will be warned and removed in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.95. Jason Vickery will act as my designee for purposes of Section 54957.95, and we have posted our expectations here in the meeting room so that attendees can easily access them. One on that wall, one on that wall, and I believe, is there one outside or in the middle, Mr. Vickery? Nope, just one on these walls. Yeah, they're on every door. Okay, give me a second here. Please also feel free to refer any questions regarding our expectations and procedures to Mr. Vickery, who would be happy to assist you. Finally, pursuant to Education Code Section 7054, the public comment process should not be used to show support for or opposition to any ballot measure or candidate for election, including candidates for election to the board. Finally, if I use these cards, I use them to give warnings to save time. If you see me point to you and give you a yellow card, it's your first warning, and that you're disrupting the board meeting for proceeding. If you receive a second yellow, then that automatically turns into a red. You'll be asked to escort yourself out of the board meeting. If your behavior is egregious enough, you will be given a red card. You'll be asked to escort yourself out. If asked to escort yourself out and you don't, I'll ask security to help escort you out. If the audience gets too disruptive as a whole, I'll give you a warning. After that, I reserve the right to give the entire audience, to remove the entire audience, so that the Governing Board of Education can conduct business publicly without disruption. In any of these situations, if you're asked to leave, you can still watch the live stream board meeting online. These are the options before us now, or the options, and I hope we have a smooth and productive governing board meeting tonight. With that, during public comments, you're going to hear a lot of comments for and against. Please respect the speakers, please. And with that, I have, try to get consensus from the board here. I had it. Oh, there you go. Okay, so I have 38 comments on general coming at us right now. I estimate I'm not a 1 minute person, I think it's too fast. At 1.5 minutes, that brings us to 55 minutes? Like under 38, that's right. Just general board, 44. 44 on action item 1, the parental rights one. So if we do, yeah. We have a couple.
And we have, correct, we have some additional public comments on other items, but not to this many.
So let me read off the time. Thanks, Dr. Velez. Let me read off the time. If we do 1.5 minutes, it comes out to 55 minutes. If we do 2 minutes, it comes out to about 76, a little over an hour on the 38 comments. I just want board consensus on what? Minute and a half, 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
I'm fine with 2.
Okay, 2 minutes. Here we go. Oh, and by the way, if you see the board members going, you're speaking really loud into the mic and it's killing us up here. Just saying.
First up is Melanie, followed by Christy.
Hi, I'm a Temecula resident and a proud mom of 9 kids, which includes my firstborn, my heart, my 25-year-old transgender son. I am here tonight with a lot of fear for the safety and well-being of the other trans kids in Temecula, because this policy is wrong and it's cruel. Can you even comprehend the level of betrayal a student is going to feel when their rights are violated, when that notification goes out? Some parents say they want to be notified if their kid is trans because they want to help them. But don't you see? If a child felt safe to come out with you, they would have done it before the school board ever got a chance to. According to a recent survey, 70% of trans kids are living in fear of being rejected and abused or kicked out by their parents, and my son was one of them. He was afraid to come out to his father. We're divorced and we have shared custody, and if this policy were in place back then, a man who openly posts anti-gay, anti-trans rhetoric on his social media, a man who harasses trans kids online for fun, was gonna be the other parent that got that notification. You know that information disclosed to unsupportive parents puts our kids at risk for emotional and physical harm. How much support do you think my son's father gave him? 0. You can't assume that every parent is out there to help their trans kid. You have to get this through your head right now that there will be parents out there who react with anger and violence and rejection.
Sorry about that. You can go ahead.
That means that if you put this policy into place, Are we?
Was it up? The 2 minutes? Was it?
What do I do? Is it on? All right, we're good. If you put this policy into place, you have to be responsible to make sure that you can protect students who say to you, I will be living in fear if you out me. Are you prepared to intervene on behalf of those students? Are you prepared to provide support and resources for our students that are harmed by your policy change? You're not. You're not prepared for the moral responsibility that comes with this position either, and you're not going to be prepared for the sanctions that await for you when this is all done.
Christy McClure, followed by Gia.
Thank you, and we apologize for your time delay there.
I see that you all have managed to put more items on the agenda that are completely wasteful spending of TVUSD money, taxpayers' money, and policies that violate civil liberties, federal law, state law, and California Ed Code. How hard is it to look up the rules that govern public school boards in the state of California and what you can and can't do in those laws and rules? If you don't like the rules, you don't just get to break them and make up your own. I'm going to give you an analogy. Let's pretend that I think driving after having consumed alcohol makes me a better driver. I'm sharper, more aware, and just a better driver when I've had a few. Alcohol doesn't affect me like other people, and I've done my own research. I've got some medical professionals, and I can show you some information that would support my assertion that I'm better driving with alcohol on board. Now, you may say drinking and driving is dangerous, that there's plenty of scientific research that proves it, that even small amounts impair judgment, slow reaction time, and just make me a bad driver. You may also remind me that it's illegal. It doesn't matter what I think, it's illegal. Well, guess what? I've decided that my personal rights are being violated, and if you don't like it, you don't have to get in the car and ride with me. You can take the bus. You can drive your own car or walk. I'm gonna drive down your street after having consumed alcohol. And if the government intervenes, that's overreach. I hope that we all think that sounds ridiculous. I hope you listen to that and think to yourselves, thank God there's law enforcement that will stop somebody like her from drinking and driving. This isn't personal choice. There are laws, and it does not matter what someone's personal
30
beliefs
seconds.
are. When you propose these ridiculous policies and claim they are to protect children and are good for the community, you're violating Ed Code, federal law, and state law. The fact that you disagree with the law doesn't matter. I would love to see you three show any awareness of the laws that govern you and the duties of this office. Once again, this agenda shows that you are painfully unaware and are pushing your own agenda. I mean, someone else's agenda.
Gia, followed by Jennifer Bach.
Is this thing on? Hello? Check, 1, 2, 3. Is this on? Can you hear me? Oh, good, because I thought with as many times as I have been here speaking to this board, you have ignored me every single time since November. So I had to make sure you could actually hear what I am saying to you. And what I'm saying this time is not about your ban on CRT or your CRT workshop, your overpriced law firms, your social studies curriculum, your ridiculous treatment of Greg Bailey, your name-calling people like Harvey Milk and Stephen Schwartz and anyone who doesn't agree with you or who doesn't vilify LGBTQ people. What I'd like to talk about today is your crazy spending of district money you spend like drunken sailors on leave. We need you to stop your hateful mandatory outing policy, because that's what this is, because it's going to cost the district so much money in lawsuits. There are children that fear domestic violence from their parents, and family violence against transgender children by intolerant parents is a very real thing. Are you listening? I'd say you three listening, but as usual, Danny's not here. These positions are not supposed to be political. This is not a theocracy. This is not a dictatorship. This is not a soccer match. You need to bring back Bailey now, and you need to stop wasting millions in district funds. Start listening to actual parents of the district, not outside agitators who show up when they're invited. And prove you care about children. I mean, you just went to a security conference, right? Prove you care about.
Jennifer, followed by Julie Geary.
Do I wait for him to come back?
Ms. Bauck, it's up to you. You have a quorum here, so the quorum can still hear your public comment.
I will start, if you can start the clock. Hello, my name is Jen Bach. I stand before you today to express my deep concerns about the continual invitation of outside agitators who do not represent the values and our interests of this community. While well-intentioned, outside agitators are promoting ideas that are out of touch with our reality and diverting valuable resources away from initiatives that truly benefit our students and educators. Our local schools are more than just centers of education. They are institutions that bring our community together. They provide a safe and inclusive environment where students, teachers, parents, and administrators work collaboratively to ensure that every child receives a well-rounded education. Our schools are a reflection of our community's values, traditions, and aspirations. By inviting outside agitators, we are disrupting this harmony and introducing conflicting ideologies that do not align with our shared vision of our children's future. The presence of outside agitators is fueling division and discord within our community. We should be working hard to establish a sense of unity and belonging among our students and families. Introducing outside voices with their own agendas is creating an atmosphere of tension and distrust. Our children deserve an education that empowers them to think critically, engage in respectful dialogue, and understand diverse perspectives. However, these lessons are best taught through genuine interactions with individuals who genuinely care about our community's well-being. Additionally, we must be cautious not to be used as pawns in a larger narrative that does not truly align with our interests. Our communities deserve the agency to determine our own path forward, free from external influences that do not have our best interests at heart. We have a wealth of local talent and expertise that can provide fresh perspectives without compromising our unity or disregarding the stakeholders of TVUSD. Thank you.
Gary, followed by Love. Gary, followed by Love.
Hi. Hope you got my letter. So I have a few things. Melinda's consulting company, well, you said you don't want to instill politics into the district, and now you're trying to hire a firm that's a national or state political operative. So why are you doing that? You're wasting a ton of taxpayer money if you do that. It's redundant. There's already a communications officer for the district. You shouldn't do that. Okay, now onto this one. Students, like the audience, like me, we have constitutional rights. They can't be infringed upon. The Supreme Court has ruled that students' rights do not end when they cross the gates of the schoolhouse. Students have the right to be called their preferred name, the right to dress how they wish, and to use the restroom without harassment. This is California law. You cannot violate it. There will be consequences. This policy is discriminatory and puts queer students under the microscope, where the behaviors, their dress, their relationships will be monitored by teachers and staff, whereas cis and straight kids will not be subjugated to the same surveillance system. This makes the policy completely discriminatory under the California Constitution. When queer people come out, they don't come out once, they come out every single day for the rest of their lives. And when young people come out, they come out to their friends first, and then a trusted family member. When people show them love and support, it makes them easier. And sometimes students come out to their teachers to workshop it. Don't out them. Don't ruin that moment for a child.
Love, followed by Gracie.
Is this thing on? Okay, y'all. So I'm the scary tranny they all warned you about. I'm the one that you think is grooming your children.
Excuse me, direct your comments to the board. Thank you. Thank you.
Doctor, you're a doctor. The funny thing is that most of you don't know that a single trans person, all you know is this corrupt propaganda you are fed from the people who want us dead. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Love Bailey. Yes, Love is my first name. I'm the child of a military family. My grandfather fought many wars as a colonel in the Air Force so that you all could be free. If he were alive today, he would be disgusted by what's happening right now. This is supposed to be a country that celebrates diversity. a country founded on the principle that all men are created equal. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that you're only free if you're bleached white, straight, the gender assigned at birth, and racist. My grandfather would be proud of the human I have become today. No one groomed me to transition, and because of freedom, I chose to be who I wanted to be, and I turned out damn fucking amazing. And because of that freedom, I grew up to be a professional dancer, dancing for Britney Spears. I moved into fashion where I dressed the likes of Lady Gaga and Naomi Campbell. I've done pretty well for myself. And to be honest, if I didn't transition and follow the rigid gender roles you want for men, I wouldn't have the confidence to travel the world and stand tall next to these people. If I didn't have a way to express myself, I probably would have succumbed to depression and unalived myself. And that is exactly what's happening to most kids who have abusive parents who kick them out for their lifestyle choices. Is that what you want for these children? When you force someone to be outed for something so personal they are going through, you make it very dangerous for them, putting a target on their back for bullies to make fun of or easily.
Thank you.
Gracie Stimson, followed by Carson.
I was told to talk slow because I talk fast, but now I have a minute taken away, so I will be talking fast. Please try to keep up. My name is Gracie Stimson. I'm a junior at Temecula Valley High School. I am standing before you asking you to not just hear the words I present, but to truly listen to them and take them into consideration. As seen, teachers, students, and parents are petitioning the board for various reasons, and I know that at the end of the school year and during summer, there were decisions made that were against the teachers across campuses, staff, and students' thoughts, such as new curriculums, textbooks being banned, such as the Social Studies Alive textbook in second grade, setting second grade students back from the rest of California, the removal of TVHS drama teacher Greg Bailey from his classroom, the ban of critical race theory, the spending of mass amounts of money that are just going to literally nowhere, that's pointless, and now, hopefully not, a whole outing deal. We aren't in Florida. I don't know what's going on. And I'm an established drama student at TVHS who has witnessed and experienced the effects that the removal of our teacher has had firsthand. You diminished our program, and now it's struggling as hard as it can to stay on its feet. The only thing keeping it there is the dedicated students, parents, and teachers. One of the most welcoming spaces and people on campus was gone with the blink of an eye, and we understood why he couldn't be in the class then, but we've been asking since May 31st for our teacher back and don't understand why we can't have him in class. It's been proven there's nothing to push against him and there's been no wrongdoings. I witnessed fellow classmates have anxiety attacks and sob and have mental shutdowns over the fact that this person was no longer with us in class, but I've also seen and felt the freeze that is put onto us at TVHS Drama. I ask you to listen to the staff and students and parents as we ask you to listen. Stop letting your own agendas and politics in the way of hearing what teachers and parents and students want. The teachers talking to you and the students and parents discussing and standing here are here and ready to work. Thank you.
Carson Sand. Carson, followed by David Barrett.
Hi, my name is Carson Sand. I am a junior at Temecula Valley High School. I'm not going to speak for long, but I am going to say what's on my mind. I have not gone to Temecula Valley High School for all the 2.5 years I've been to high school. I started off at River Springs Charter High School, but switched over to Temecula Valley High School when I heard of how much of an opening, welcoming, and just lovely community it was. And for the most part, I have definitely received that from some of my best friends, some of the teachers, especially some teachers within our community have given me that more than others. But what I'd like to bring up is what has mostly been discussed this meeting. And I would like to mention the undeniable point of the staggering, and this sounds out of left field, the staggering number of trans youth who take their own lives when they are exposed to their parents. I think I know that that number is undeniable whenever that point is used on either sides of the debate. If someone who's opening, accepting, and loving is to say that, you know, a lot of trans people take their own lives when they're exposed to their parents, people say that to...
30 seconds.
People say that to show that we need our, you know, security, privacy, to feel loved. When other people say that, someone on the other side, the only reason they could possibly be bringing up that point, which is an undeniable fact, is to be bigoted and to attack people, say that they're mentally ill because of the way that they identify. People identify to feel comfortable. People talk to teachers to feel comfortable. This makes people uncomfortable.
David Barrett, followed by Michelle Loza.
I taught nearly 4 decades in public schools, so I'm surprised the subject of parental notification is up for debate. Besides prepping and delivering lessons in our expert disciplines, communicating with parents was next on the list. We also let parents know when a student was out of sorts, just to give the parents a heads up. It's unbelievable to me now, some teachers hiding information from other people's kids, and especially concerning irreversible decisions minors may make. Really? Do you know how often teenagers change their minds? It's not about to transition or not to transition, it's about the parent's right to know. The concern that holding info from parents will save children from abuse is totally unfair to 99.9% of loving parents that would not think of doing such a thing. For that minuscule chance of abuse, there are agencies that can help the parent and child navigate that situation. And what about outing kids? Seriously, the whole school knows their new noun and pronouns. It's only a matter of time that the parents will find out too. I understand a teacher's desire to avoid contacting an overbearing parent. That includes the unrealistic soccer dad, the unreasonable stage mom, and the dreaded helicopter parent. But these are not reasons to keep parents in the dark. We should remember the parents hired educators with their tax dollars to do a job, not to take over the parents' job.
30 seconds.
We all just need to stay in our own lanes. Regarding lawsuits from parents or former students later are much more likely, especially after a minor's regret when their transition decision did not solve their emotional problems. Finally, parents say they are losing trust in public schools. Bring back that trust. I urge all board members to vote for this common sense policy. After all, as parents and grandparents, wouldn't you?
Michelle Loza, followed by Raphael Loza.
My name is Michelle Loza, and I am a proud employee of TVUSD and the proud parent of 2 Mexican-American LGBTQ graduates of TVUSD. Many people know either Legia or Laney as they were very involved at their sites of TVHS and CHS. I feel blessed that both knew it was safe to come out to their father and me, and felt safe at their sites to not only be themselves, but be a source of support for their peers. As a mother, I agonize daily about the world and how that world can hurt my kids. In my 25+ years of education, I have taken solace in the fact that I work in and my children attended school in California. California, where we have Ed Code that prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, religion, sex, sexual orientation or identity, religion or ability, and most importantly, protects student privacy. A place where we have the Fair Education Act, which prescribes the inclusion of contributions of groups previously excluded from the history of California and the US. A place that has Title IX and SES law that not only entitles students to an education, but states that schools must find ways to prevent and deal with bullying and harassment. And of course, as mandated reporters, we must always report if we suspect a student may not feel safe at home. I just want to be sure that the board and the members of this community are aware of these laws. These laws exist because our LGBTQ youth are at risk population, and we know that having even one accepting adult decreases self-harm tremendously. Imagine the harm that you are inflicting.
To all the LGBTQ students or any students that have felt marginalized due to their race, religion, identity, or ability, please know that you are seen, you are loved, and there are many in this community that will not stop fighting for you. Know the laws that protect you. Slay, queens. And since I'm advocating for students, I'd like to advocate for TVH Drama. Bring back their program, bring back their teacher.
Rafael Losa, followed by Christine Massa.
I'm here to say protect our kids. I want to protect our kids. I want to protect my LGBT kids, my BIPOC kids, my straight kids, and every kid that feels alone and attacked that have been by what has been perverted, the word of God and our school board. I want to leave our kids alone. Leave my LGBT kids alone, my BIPOC kids, my straight kids. Leave my kids alone to live the way that God made them. So here's the point blank truth. I have been an administrator and teacher for over 20 years, and from day one, I have been proud to call myself an advocate for kids. Throughout these years, I've wiped away tears and consoled my kids. I've had to console my kids that have been harassed and bullied for the color of their skin because they've been told to go back to Mexico and teased because of their accent. I've had to console my kids that have been teased because of how they choose to worship God and love God. Sadly, most of the time, I've had to console my kids because their parents have disowned them for being LGBTQ. Their parents have forced them to attend conversion therapy, to stand on the corner and protest against gay marriage. I've had to report parents to CPS, and I will do it again, because of the abuse that they have inflicted on their children. I will call CPS before I call a parent. I have visited my kids in hospitals after they have attempted to take their lives.
30 seconds.
Because they feel like the world that hates them, that rejects them, that creates laws and policies like yours, Karmosky, Wiersma, and Gonzalez. Because of your policy, I am going to protect my kids. The three of you have put our kids in danger. We have to protect our kids from you and your supporters that stand in front of our schools screaming profanities and We will protect our kids. You leave our kids alone.
Christine Massa, followed by Eric Tomlinson.
Okay, so I'm here for a health check. I wanted to see how you're all doing. I heard great stories about Steve and back to school, and seems like you're doing okay. And Allison, congratulations on your daughter making cheer captain. We'll see you at the stadium. Seems you just exude leadership wherever you go. But the rest of you don't seem to be doing so well. So, Jen, I heard you might have had some issues with your laundry as you were seen for quite a few days in a row wearing the same clothes. I want to suggest YouTube. It's really good for DIY repairs. And it was weird to have you missing on the first day of school of all days when you chose to violate board governance by representing TVUSD at a non-approved rally in Sacramento. I don't remember seeing that on any consent calendar, and since you recently lost your job, I wonder how that was funded. And Joe, you really seem to hate women. At first I thought it was just Allison, or maybe trans women, but it seems like it's all women, ex-wives, current wives. Is it a power thing? You seem to remove swaths of majority women audience members. And now you have both...
Please respect the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And now you have both a cease and desist that includes your red card, yellow card thing, and in addition to the cure and correct that you were served with a few months ago. So your Brown Act violations just keep adding up, especially now that you're back on Instagram and violating the Brown Act by not unblocking me. But now I understand why you like to talk about lawyers so much. It must be second nature to you. And Danny, you seem to have had a rough couple of weeks too, and I predicted exactly what you would do, so the video's on you. You get sued by your workers for not paying into their pension, and that's for the second time. And then this is all public record. It's public comment. Can you please pause my time?
We'll just suspend. Yeah, no, he's got her. He's got her.
Can I please have a few seconds back? Thank you.
We'll count.
Thank you. Okay, so, and then you miss your board meeting on the same day you get sued and you don't get paid for it. Now, I don't know, some people would call it karma if you don't.
Please respect the speaker. We're
No,
giving her
my time
additional
isn't moving. They're
We're
saying my
giving her
time isn't
additional-
moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let her- yeah.
Thank you. So you're complaining about not getting paid for the meeting you missed, and I don't know, some would call it karma that if you don't pay people what they're owed, then you don't get paid. So I just want to let you know that there's some really good mental health services available out there if you need them. I'd encourage you to seek them out. I know that hurt people, and you all seem very hurt, so please seek help. Thank you.
Eric Tomlinson, followed by Amelia Compton.
Please be respectful when somebody's speaking. Thank you.
My name is Eric Tomlinson, and I simply have questions and a few observations. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mr. Tomlinson.
Is that, you can hear?
Can we reset his time? We had a disturbance back there, Lene. Thank you.
Thank you. As a teacher or an administrator, when did it become your prerogative to decide for our kids that we as parents are not to be trusted? Who decided that we as parents are to remain uninformed when our child clearly needs us? When did it become necessary to create a policy to inform me as a parent about my child's progress and mental state, not to mention behavior? This has always been a foregone conclusion, and yet for the last 12 years, some teachers and administrators have taken it upon themselves to decide and deem who is or is not worthy as a parent of being informed regarding their child, their son or daughter. It is absolutely unacceptable that we have to be here tonight to propose a policy that requires an adult to notify me as a parent regarding my child's behavior. Why are teachers behaving like they're a student's best friend? Why are teachers continuing this best friend status outside of school and into their adulthood? Why are you, under the guise of compassion, undermining parents behind their back to our children while we as parents are and have been supporting you in your position of authority as our child's teacher? If this is what you were doing, you were taking advantage of children and adolescents at a time in their lives when they are uncertain, insecure, hormonal, excited, depressed, and most importantly, at odds with their parents. Quit taking advantage of the authority, position, and trust you have been given when you became a teacher or an administrator of students in our community. Parents, draw your children close. Be sure they know how very much you love them every day. If you do not listen to them, someone else will.
Amelia, followed by Jean.
Hello. I'd like to start by saying that I'm a senior at Temecula Valley High School, and I've been enrolled in TVUSD since my first day of kindergarten at Paloma Elementary down the road. It's safe to say that I've lived through a lot of changes to the school district. When I was in elementary school, we had maybe 2 computer carts, no one had a phone, and if we were going to watch a movie in class, someone would have to roll in a big boxy TV with a VHS port. I think we can all agree that there's been some progress made in the technology department. We've also made progress through expansion and renovations of our campuses. These are examples of things that haven't really affected me as a student. I'm sure I wouldn't know what I was missing if we didn't have smart boards or a 5-star app. It wouldn't hinder my ability to learn if my campus had 1 less building. But this past year, a few things have been happening that make me fear for my education and the education of students in this district who've come after me. The banning of curriculum that teaches kids the importance of diversity and acceptance is something that I never thought would happen in my school district. When teachers that helped raise me are getting threatened for teaching students that there's nothing wrong with who they are and how they were born, it's hard to think of school the same way I used to. It's hard to wake up and go somewhere that doesn't have my interests at heart, somewhere that's not going to prepare me for the real world because they don't want to believe that it's out there. If your goal is to give students a worthwhile education and a school environment that they feel safe attending, don't make decisions based on what your church says is right. Make decisions based on facts. And the facts are that the students don't deserve this. A Asada Shakur said,
30 seconds.
We need to be weapons of mass construction, weapons of mass love. It's not enough just to change the system. We need to change ourselves. This is a school system. Thank you.
Jean Femia, followed by Kimberly De La Cruz.
Good evening. My name is Jean Femia. Last week, you approved a contract with the law firm Advocates for Faith and Freedom to defend the district and trustees against a lawsuit that stemmed from your resolution banning CRT. I spoke against this contract because it ties up the district in appeals court for many years, it requires staff time and energy for all of those years, and it gives the district no options to stop. What I didn't know last week is that there's an even better reason not to hire this law firm. The school district is part of the Riverside Schools Insurance Authority, JPA, a joint powers authority, which provides insurance against a variety of risks, including lawsuit defense. So why did you sign this contract, knowing that it was completely unnecessary, that the JPA would defend the district and the board? Dr. Komrosky said, quote, "Me personally, I want this lawsuit to be destroyed. And quite frankly, if this goes to the Supreme Court of the United States, awesome," end quote. Let's be quite clear here. And so we all understand what happened. This is not the president of the Temecula Valley School Board saying, here's an important way to spend district money to help our Temecula students learn how to read and do math. This is a man saying, I want. A trustee is a person who manages assets for the benefit of a third party. Trustees have a fiduciary responsibility to manage those assets in the beneficiary's best interests. In the TVUSD, school board trustees, U5, were elected to manage school district funds not for what you want, but for our students' education. Please put an item on the agenda for your next meeting to cancel this contract immediately. Thank you.
Kimberly De La Cruz, followed by Mary Meredith.
The collective bargaining agreement between TVUSD and TVEA, Article 10.1.1 states, full-time employees shall be entitled to 10 days of leave with full pay for each school year for the purposes of personnel or injury. The CBA goes on to say in Article 10.1.2, if a unit member does not utilize the full amount of leave as authorized in 10.1.1 above in any school year, the amount not utilized shall be accumulated from year to year. Last year, district personnel overstepped their authority in regards to employee absences, and I will provide two specific examples. First, a director at the district office who oversees and evaluates a group of employees assigned to various sites made comments about attendance on an employee's evaluation, which is illegal and discriminatory. This employee did not go over their allotted time guaranteed by the contract. Fortunately, through a level 1 problem-solving grievance meeting, comments regarding attendance were removed from the employee's evaluation. Unfortunately, this employee chose to leave TVUSD due to the continued harassment regarding attendance. The second example is in regards to district personnel who are not evaluators of employees, but do lead meetings over groups of employees. During a scheduled district meeting that I was unable to attend, the district employed director emailed me, along with my site administrator as the meeting was going on, to inquire where I was and why I was not at this meeting. My question is why was my site administrator included in this email? What was the intent? Again, I reiterate, employees are entitled to paid leave under the Collective Bargaining Agreement and Educational Employment Relations Act. District directors and all evaluators need to stop using employee absences as a tool to discipline employees.
Mary, followed by Eduardo.
Good evening to our board administrators. I also want to address the stakeholders in the audience and at home. And I know that we're not supposed to, but I think this is a message for every one that I'm compelled to give. I'm Mary Meredith. I'm a veteran teacher in our district. I'm a mother and a grandmother to past and present students in our district. As many, I wear different hats as a stakeholder for our children's educations. After much prayerful reflection, I am compelled to share this simple message. It's pretty simple. What keeps me up at night, like many of you, is a deep growing concern for our children. I highly suspect that if I asked you all to stand up if you agree with me, we would have a room full of people on our feet. All our children hold equal value. In short, what we have in common is far greater than any differences we have. While none of us will always agree completely with one another, we simply need to practice agreeing to disagree in a respectful manner. Essentially, the conflicts being played out on political platforms are not in our children's best interests. I understand there's a lawsuit. I understand that there's a defense team being created. I'm challenging all of us to step back and take a deep breath and refrain from shouting over each other.
30 seconds.
And figure out how we can move forward. Part of what I'm hearing and understanding is there's a disconnect with statements and proposed resolutions being made, that some stakeholders outside of the board would like to have more clarity and or input. My challenge is to move in that direction, to create a committee where there would be people, stakeholders from all points of view to talk and to learn to grow.
Dr. Humaris, followed by Lisa Balka.
My name is Dr. Humaris. I'm a parent that has been deeply involved with the education of my daughters in this school district for the last 11 years. First, room dad for my kindergarten teacher. I have been active volunteer at school, from cutting paper to helping school events. A proud historian PTA member, helped organize the school year for 4 years, taking 95% of the pictures and putting them all together in an inclusive, beautiful yearbook. You can't be closer to the teacher than that. You can't avoid listening to conversation of all the people involved in my kids' education. I never, ever heard or saw any indoctrination by teachers or staff. I mean, never. And think about this. Think about this. Teachers are moms and dads too. They have their kids here too. Do you think that if they see something here going on, they will not speak up first? The hypocrisy of all this is that Ms. Wersman also had her son and daughter here too for so many years. And nothing happened. Nothing happened until one graceful day, she decided to be more politician than a board member here. I bet that your kids were never indoctrinated. I know the principal of Los Alamos. She was my principal too in elementary school. She's awesome. And every time that you support people saying, using the shameful slogan, leave our kids alone, it hurts her and everybody else. Because these people here are not making difference about that. It's very disappointing that everybody here that has kids in districts do not defend the teachers every single day.
Lisa Balka, followed by Steve Campos.
One week down this school year, and already so much to celebrate. From leadership students committing to being the light in everyone's lives, to freshman orientation, introducing our 9th graders, to the Spirit Way, to staff development with administration, inspiring teachers and believing in us, to the Wolfpack first day of festivities and the creation of a school-wide quilt representing the beauty and diversity that is Great Oak High School, to the first day of instruction, letting my students know how much I believe in each and every one of them and how we celebrate voices, all all voices in my classroom, and all these moments to ensure that our students know that they are in a safe space where everyone matters. Most teachers embody this commitment to safe spaces because in a safe space, every voice is celebrated, every voice is respected. In a safe space, everyone is a cherished member of a community and has a seat at the table. And although I advocate for safe spaces, here I stand in the antithesis of a safe space. An unsafe space where a school board is not looking out for the best interests of the diverse representation of students that comprise TVUSD. An unsafe space where misguided adults refer to teachers as groomers and pedophiles. An unsafe space where two male board members silence the voice of one of their female colleagues, and where a board member sits on his phone laughing at actual TVUSD parents who cry in desperation for the future of their children. An unsafe space where lies are spewed about critical race theory, curriculum, and teachers, all in hopes of generating fear and intolerance in our community. An unsafe space where teachers are mandated informants. An unsafe space where our freedoms, students, teachers, and families are being stripped away. I say no way to such unsafe spaces, as intellectual development relies on settings that encourage progress, facilitate education, and are grounded in trust. Safe spaces. I remain steadfast in my dedication to creating a secure haven for everyone. I am a teacher.
Steve Campos, followed by Stephanie Dawson.
Good evening. I'm speaking as an individual, and first and foremost, I want to do something that I think should have been done a long time ago, and that's I want to share my support for our school board. You guys have done a great job ever since being elected. You've listened to the will of the people, and you have done what you said you would do. It's unfortunate that TVUSD leadership has not come out to the media and showed their support for you. I don't understand it. I've mentioned it before. It has not happened. But I'm here to tell you that I support you. You have many other teachers and community members who support you. Thank you for what you have done. I also want to thank Coach Barrett for his words of wisdom that he shared. I don't need to go through them all, but he shared some very wise words. A couple of other things that have come up, me listening in the crowd. Number one, aside from December of 2022, we have always had issues with IAs and classified and teacher issues. We've always had them. That's leadership or lack thereof. But it has existed before this school board got here. It's been around for at least 10 years. Someone else mentioned wasteful spending. We've been wasteful spending since LCAP was pretty much on board, because I was on that LCAP committee and I saw how the funds were wasted. So I just want you to know that you are being blamed for a lot of things and leadership that has existed here for over a decade. And I support you, and I want you to know that we are moving in the right direction, and thank you for that. I also want to mention a couple things about the agitators. This is a public open meeting. Anybody can attend this and should attend this if they feel inclined to do so. That is a right as a citizen. Another thing, for all you students that are out there, I want you to remember this quote: "You are fearfully and wonderfully made." Remember that. Another thing too, some people had mentioned the tickets being handed out at a certain time. I got here at 3:30. I think it was supposed to be a little bit before that, but I was number 59, I think, by the time 3:30 hit. So just make sure that we're doing.
Stephanie Dawson, followed by Zoe Sullivan Douglas.
First off, I'd like to apologize to Mr. K, Ms. Wiersma, and Mr. Gonzalez on behalf of our community for the disgusting behavior displayed by the woman who spoke a few speakers ago. She represents a small group in our community. The rest of us appreciate you. Ms. Wiersma, I'm not going to continue to talk if they're going to talk over me or mock me or heckle me. So they need to stop. We can't even hear you for people talking back here. Okay, but I'm talking about the heckler over there.
It's all right. Just address us. We'll give you time back.
I am pointing at her. So
You guys settle down, please. Thank you.
I just do not want to be interrupted. Every time I come up here, I get heckled, mocked, and interrupted, and I'm sick of it.
Okay.
As I was saying, it appears that there's like some sort of fatal attraction from this individual towards Ms. Wiersma, which is kind of creepy. Anyhow, Next, I wanted to inform the board of the following in regards to entering today's meeting. As Mr. Campos just stated, I was told by security that tickets were given out at 3:45. I got here at 4:10, and I received number 124 or 125. At 4:18, my husband got here, no more tickets. 4:30 is the time that the website states that the tickets were going to be given. I overheard staff from TVHS specifically stating how they just walked from TVHS as soon as they could and arrived here. They had number 60s or so. So I just want to let you guys know that there's a fault in that system because they got to get these numbers before we did. Thank you.
Zoe, followed by Erica.
Hi, I'm a student in this district. I go to Chaparral High School, and I'll be honest, I'm scared to be up right here right now. Public speaking is hard, but that isn't why I'm scared. I'm scared because people not from my district are coming here to try and talk about what they think I'm learning. I'm scared because outside groups are here claiming to be people of God. I'm scared to even name these groups because you will silence me. I've been frustrated each year since 3rd grade with curriculum that is not inclusive of the history of people of color, women, and other groups that have been censored out of my books, each year wondering if I'll get a teacher who will take the time to respectfully and truthfully teach the truth, not just what one of my peers' parents or outside parents think I should be learning. And to see you moving me backwards, I'm heartbroken. I've also been frustrated by you, Komorowski, Wiersma, Gonzalez. You consistently choose not to see me, my friends, my classmates, and most of all, my teachers. So see me now. See that I'm here, scared, because of you.
Erica Stepton, followed by Marissa.
Okay, this is harder than it looks, and I'm sure a lot of you realize that. I had something to say, but I feel like I need to change it. I came with thoughts in my head because it's easy for us to go into our camps and tribe up, but when you come and you talk to people in person, it can change the way you think and change your mind. And I would like to point out that I did talk to a group of kids earlier when I was waiting, and they said something to me that really stuck with me that makes this whole parental rights decision a little bit harder for me personally. I absolutely believe that parents have the right to know what's going on with their kids. And somehow along the way, trust has broken down so badly between parents, some parents, and some teachers. We need to get to the root of why the trust has broken down. But I do hear the students when they say they feel that coming out should be left up to them, whether their parents accept it or not. I can't deny that. If it was me, I would want the opportunity to tell my family or my parents myself. However, the reason we feel like we need a bill like this is because we don't feel like, as parents, that all the teachers are working with us. That's a problem. So rather than bash each other, we need to figure out a way to start listening to each other and come together. And I do support the school board, because they're trying to stand up for the parents who feel like we haven't had anybody stand up for us for a long time. How can we do that without hurting our kids? We need to talk about this. We need to talk about it more, and we need to stop insulting each other.
Marissa, followed by John Ventulith.
Hello, I'm gonna read a letter from my daughter Gabby, who's a senior at Great Oak. Hi, my name is Gabby St. Ange, and I'm a senior at Great Oak High School and have been in the TVUSD for all of my education, kindergarten, now a senior. I've been at these meetings all summer, and prior to attending, I had been watching them online. I debated speaking here tonight because I hate public speaking, and I'm very stressed, but it's incredibly frustrating to attend and watch you continually disappoint our community meeting after meeting. Unfortunately, today is no different. First, I just want to say that it is disgusting that this item is insinuating that being queer is something that should be categorized with abuse, bullying, and needs to be reported by a mandated reporter. For a board that should care about the safety of the students, you fail to realize or blatantly ignore that the approval of this item will directly be putting students at risk. Out and queer kids in non-queer accepting households is dangerous and could be detrimental to someone's life. According to a study in 2022 done by the Trevor Project, transgender and non-binary youth who report having their pronouns respected by all or most people in their lives attempted suicide half the rate of those who did not have their pronouns respected. There are already policies and systems in place where teachers and staff have to report and inform parents of abuse and bullying, so this is not necessary. Also, I just want to point out that it has been made clear you are willing to take these lawsuits to the Supreme Court. Who is paying for this? Why is this money not being spent on our schools? Hiring another choir director so our current teacher doesn't have to be split between 2 high schools. Funding dyslexia testing for my 10-year-old sister. Literally anything else. You have spent excessive amounts of money pushing through political agendas that do not belong in our public education system and haven't been beneficial to the students. When is enough enough? Keep in mind the students are watching.
John, followed by Brittany Flores.
Hello, I'm John Venelith. I am a grandfather, and my grandson and daughter go to this district, and I live in the district. Look around, what you will see are grandparents, parents, and the whole idea of limiting access to these meetings by having the meetings here instead of one of our giant theaters that we paid millions of dollars so we could go to and sit in is offensive to me. It is absurd unless this is a deliberate attempt to silence the population. Standing outside to get an entry ticket. Standing outside when the room is filled. The hot heat, no cooling. Thank you for whoever put up those small little shades. Finally, health dangers. Oh my gosh, this place is filled with them because the way this board is working. Especially for the aged members of our community. The dangers of holding the meetings in this room include parking across the street at TVHS. No crosswalk, no signal, no warning lights, no cross guard. The long distance. The uneven surfaces is us elderly people walk across, walking up a driveway in the center of the street. Holy smokes. The audience is not allowed to use the conference center restrooms. We have to walk way out here on an unsecured walkway to go to the bathroom. Holy smokes. Are you really serious about safety in this school? Well, I guarantee it isn't for us. It isn't for our kids.
Brittany Flores, followed by Jen.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm not a good public speaker. I'm just here today to read off some stuff that my 12th grader at Great Oak and my 7th grader at Gardner wanted me to read to you guys. My 12th grader. Hi, I'm a girl in 12th grade that attends Great Oak High School. I'm an AP student and I'm highly involved with my AFJROTC. I'm writing this because it means a lot to me, and I have little brothers that are still going through the TVUSD system. My little brother goes to Gardner Middle School, where I went before. He can't learn the same things that I have before. On top of that, last year, there was a man standing with a sign on him, and he was always standing in front of my high school, harassing the students as they left campus. This year now, he's in front of my little brother's school. He stands out there every day, harassing the students as they leave, so bad to where the principal and sheriff have now been there to make a barrier between him and the students, just to try to help keep them safe from his inappropriate rhetoric. I feel that ever since there has been such major religious and politically motivated rollbacks in our education, he has felt empowered enough to come talk to kids about their private parts and what their sexual orientation is. Again, remember, some of these kids are 11 and 12 years old and fresh out of elementary school. My son, my 7th grader, if teachers were forced to betray students' trust, then I feel like myself and many others would lose our sense of trust in the school and not only feel like there's no safe place to go, but like we have nobody to talk to. Thankfully, I have parents to go to, but unfortunately, not all kids have that option. That's why being able to trust your teacher or school counselor is so important. Also, there's a man that stands outside of my school harassing all of the kids as they leave, talking about transgenderism and mutilation. I wasn't even sure what that all meant, so I had to go home and ask.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you. Your time is up. Ma'am, this is your first warning. This is your first warning. You're lucky.
Gasick, followed by Andrea Dunham.
Hello, my name's Jen, and I'm a parent of 4 current TVSU students. I am not a longtime resident. I moved here 3 years ago with my family and traveled over 2,000 miles and chose Temecula based on the schools. It was my #1 priority, considering I have 2 autistic children in special education. Your decisions have a direct impact on my family, especially my children. And because of the actions by this new board majority, I am often left wondering if we made a huge mistake that my kids might be paying for long after they are out of school. While all you campaigned under the false promise that you stand for parental rights, you are in fact doing the exact opposite. You are attempting to remove the rights and choices of parents who don't align with your agenda. Joe, Danny, and Jen have proven that they will sacrifice everything, including the safety of our children, teachers, and schools for their agenda, from doing interviews on political media outlets that blasted the faces of our children without parental consent, Jen. And 48 hours, Joe is interviewing on the same outlet. Just a few days ago, a woman was murdered 2 hours from here for simply displaying an inclusive flag outside of her business. And now we have local parent groups supported by board majority posting photos on social media reporting if schools or classrooms in our district have inclusive flags. They're asking community members to help send in more photos if anyone sees inclusive flags displayed.
30 seconds.
You have created an unsafe environment for our children. Now this outrageous policy will no doubt put our marginalized kids at further risk of danger. My autistic boys struggle with pronouns all the time. Am I going to get a phone call every time they use the wrong one? Who do you think should hold you accountable? Why do you think ed codes and laws are in place? You clearly have no regard for either. You all proved that in your deplorable and shameful display at the last special meeting.
Thank you. Your time's up. Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Andrea Dunham, followed by Greg Langworthy.
I wish I could start this with good evening, but it isn't. It is a sad and heartbreaking evening. My comments are for Joe, Jen, and Danny. Allison and Stephen, thank you for always trying to protect all of the children of our district. When I saw parent notification on the agenda, I was not surprised at all, but I was extremely upset. I wanted to scream and yell about this hateful and transphobic policy. In my head, I was writing a furious speech that would have most likely gotten me thrown out by a board president who doesn't respect the First Amendment. As I began writing this speech, I cried so many tears. Tears for all of the children you will hurt with this policy. Children who have already suffered and will continue to suffer due to ignorance and hate. Children who have rights to privacy. Children who do not have safe homes. I decided instead of focusing on your hate, I would focus on your ignorance. I would like to actually believe that many of your actions are based on fear and ignorance rather than hate. The unknown is scary. Opening your mind is hard. Changing takes strength. I desperately urge you to open your mind, read about the transgender community, and talk to your transgender youth about their experiences. Make sure you are
30
finding
seconds.
multiple trustworthy sources, sources you have never looked at in the past. Your policy of forcing teachers to out transgender students will lead to increased homelessness and suicide. I believe if you can open your mind and learn that this statement is true, you can help these kids. I don't want our kids to be left alone. I believe it takes a village to raise a child. I don't always have everything my child needs, but sometimes their coach, teacher, theater director, or another trusted adult might. Join our
Greg Langworthy, followed by Cindy Hurley.
All right, thank you, Board. Appreciate the work that you're doing. I want to start out with a common ground that we all share. Our pledge that you guys say every week, one nation under God. And out of our Declaration of Independence, we are all created equal. What that does is it gives us this common ground of being created by God, and God tells us to treat each other as we would like to be treated. Not always easy in an emotional discussion, but it's what the Lord would have us do. So I've been a teacher for over 20 years. One thing I think that I learned over those 20 years was when parents had questions about my class, I would invite them to my class, let them come in and sit down and see, Steve, I think you've been a teacher. That was always very helpful. So the suspicion was kind of taken away by the parents seeing what actually was going on in the class, and I think that's something that could help at school is transparency. Also, the Supreme Court has never ruled that a child's right to privacy supersedes a parent's right to know what is happening with their children at school. So unless a parent is legally deemed unfit, the state of California has no legitimate authority to keep secrets from the parents. In honoring parents really is good for kids. The sixth commandment, the Bible says, honor your mother and father. This is the first commandment with a promise that it may be well with you and you may live long on the earth. So I think it's good for
30
teachers
seconds.
to encourage kids to honor their parents. Thank you very much.
Cindy Hurley, followed by Christopher Bout.
So I stand here surprisingly agreeing with Jen. Let's get back to basics. As a longtime teacher, I remember a simpler, basic time when most parents and board members respected the expertise of TVUSD teachers. They supported schools and they wanted their kids to accept responsibility for their actions. They checked websites and communicated with teachers. They trusted their family unit because they were involved with their child's actual education. They read and discussed books with their kids. They communicated issues with civil conversations with teachers first and weren't looking for a gotcha moment or taking it to social media. They made time to read communication. They asked questions. They were genuinely engaged in their own children's welfare. Now, things aren't so basic and simple. Some parents, and I say some because I've experienced wonderful parents in my career, and board members are complaining about not being informed. Even though now we have social media, emails, Infinite Campus, iPhones, texts, weekly newsletters from teachers, schools, and districts, and now the complaint is that the information is buried at the bottom. Really, listen to that. You open an email from a school you believe is keeping secrets from you, but you can't get to the bottom of the email. Teachers read and answer emails times 24 or more students all the way to the bottom, and then they respond in a timely manner. And then we go home and we do it as a parent. On one hand, you claim to have knowledge of interpreting congressional bills, but on the other hand, you complain that a s'more is too long. Please stop encouraging parent apathy. There's a plethora of information out there. It's not a meme or a TikTok or an infogram. You just have to commit to reading the whole thing. Establish a strong, unconditionally loving home environment and get to know your own child. Leave other people's children alone and do not waste.
Thank you. Thank you.
Christopher Bout, followed by Jenny Sharp.
Please quiet down in the audience. Thank you.
Good evening, board, staff, fellow parents. My name is Christopher Bout, local parent. I'm in full support of the parental notification policy, but I just also want to commend you guys. You guys are doing an outstanding job. I support you. I appreciate you. You don't hear it enough. God bless you. Keep doing the good work. In the current education climate, Democrats and LGBT crowd are emboldened by support and protection from Sacramento, from unions, from media, to indoctrinate kids and their perverse sexual ideology. They place doubt in the kids' minds by stating their pronouns, discussing perverse sexuality in a very normal context, displaying pride propaganda. This is pure evil, and Sacramento is trying to codify this into law as we speak.
Mr. Bout, we're gonna pause. You know what, audience? If I have to give a warning, I don't want everybody to leave. Please be respectful. If you disagree with somebody, that's no reason to talk over them. Mr. Vickery might be making his way over to the disturbance. I just want you to be respectful, and then Mr. Bout will start you when everybody's quiet. All right. Thank you.
These are schools, not social petri dishes. We have a couple of trustees who support this garbage. With all due respect, you two have lost your moral compass. You oppose everything that is righteous. You oppose everything that is decent. You oppose everything that is just good common sense. You demonize parents like me who get in the way of your indoctrination agenda and label them Christian nationalists. I rebuke you. I can't wait for the 24 election so we can vote you two out and replace you with normal people. Listen, this is from the Gospel of Mark, chapter 9, if you want to know what happens with groomers.
Please be respectful.
But whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to stumble, it would be better if a millstone were hung around his neck and thrown into the sea. God bless you. I love you. Keep doing it.
Jenny Sharp, followed by Upnet Duwal.
All righty. If that's normal, I'm scared. All right. First, I am so proud of all the students who've spoken up here tonight, and I am so sorry you have to. I am also so inspired by most of my fellow educators who've spoken here tonight, standing up for their students and their own children. Until you three, I never knew how much I loved this community, never knew how fiercely I was willing to fight for it. My family and I moved here in 2007 when the Duck Pond was used for homophobic, anti-gay marriage demonstrations and undocumented immigrants were violently turned away from shelter and care.
My family and I tried to flee to Temecula, back to the bastion of love and acceptance from which we came. Not only did the recession stop us, but a longtime resident told me that Temecula needed people like me, people who are willing to stand up for acceptance, love, equity, diversity, and most importantly, students. My husband and I debated what to do, particularly because we wanted to raise our young children in a place that would accept and protect them no matter who they turned out to be, no matter their gender, no matter their sexuality. Ultimately, clearly, we stayed. We stayed and we found a community in which most residents shared our family values. I love this community. Most actual residents of Temecula Valley love their neighbors for who they are, mind their own business, and want to live in peace. They love this community. Luckily, my family and I found many people in this community who are willing to stand on the right side of history, who are willing to fight the damage that you three insist on perpetually doing in this district and community. We love this community. Your decisions tonight may put kids on the street, will put kids in harm's way, and caring teachers could be put on leave because they refuse to out a student. No matter what, this community loses, as it has done.
Thank you.
Upneat, followed by Sovereign.
Hi, my name is Upneet, and I am a parent in Temecula. I moved here last year for the schools and affordable housing, or what we call affordable. And I tried writing, putting facts, figures, and everything to support like what is going on with the board. I'm going to go back to my English teacher. I have a poem. I'm going to read it out. In Temecula, a tale unfolds of a school board's majority's choking hold, hateful and bullying in their way, ignoring laws leading us astray. Whilst wasting money, they smirk with glee, stealing students' rights to privacy, exposed to abuse, their rights denied, under false pretenses they cannot hide. Outside agitators stir the pot, causing chaos, yet they claim a plot. Under the guise of parental rights, they waste money for learning on legal fights. Patriotism and rights they claim to defend, but in truth, our city's peace they append. Creating a divide, sowing seeds of scorn, leaving the good people here forlorn. But in Temecula, we stand together, strong, united against this dark throng. For equality and justice, we'll fight to shine a beacon through the night.
30 seconds.
Their hateful words we won't condone in our diverse community where we have grown. For love and respect, we'll raise our voice, unraveling their web of lies. With open hearts and minds we'll resist, their prejudice and ignorance we'll dismiss. In the name of progress, we will prevail. In Temecula, the ship won't fail. For love and acceptance shall always prevail, transcending the storm, hoisting a sail. With open arms and understanding,
Thank you.
Sovereign, followed by David Burris.
I want to thank our newly elected board members, and no thank you, Schwartz and Barclay. There is an intentional demoralization of our children and the public education. I remember walking through the hallways of our schools with plexiglasses, letting you know that in the future there would be a carnival, a book fair, or something to look forward to. But instead, at the middle school Gardner School, they have a plexiglass, and I don't know if the board members know this, but there's a Tutti Frutti fist pumps across that plexiglass. What do middle schoolers have?
Please calm down, audience. Thank you.
Why are middle schoolers exposed to this type of rhetoric? That's not education, okay? Why can't they just be innocent and go to school and learn the ABCs and math? Why do they have to learn about people who are gender confused and the his and the hers and the theirs? Hey, I grew up in the 70s, okay? We had Saturday Night Fever, we had all of that stuff, but it was never shoved down our throats in schools. We did love each other. There was never a problem. The problem is when you start bringing in books into schools that do not belong in the classroom. And that teacher, that drama teacher, should not only be terminated, but he should also serve a prison sentence for voyeurism. I'm going to end with this. If you're saying that 4:30 is check-in time, then let that be the check-in time. Not 3 o'clock, not 3:15, okay? My pass was 1:22 at 4:10. So somebody, these blue shirts are getting their shirts early. They're getting their...
Thank you.
David Burras, followed by Audrey Achenbach.
Before we start this next time, I'm going to address the audience. A lot of you are getting real loud, and it's being very disrespectful. Let's be civil-minded. Let's let the speaker speak. Thank you.
Good evening. Last week, my daughter started her first day of third grade. I got a homework list with a vocabulary list. I've got a list as well. I'm going to try to organize my comments around. The first word is sabotage. We're seeing it. You guys have already mastered that concept and are carrying it out into independent practice. Please stop. Second is legacy. And I'm asking you to reflect that each of these meetings are generating negative headlines that are going to live on forever on the internet and follow you all of your days and be seen by your children and your grandchildren, your neighbors, and the people you do business with. They will not be viewed well in the inclusive society that we are already in and moving towards an even more expression. I really do implore you to think about that. The third term is a sunk cost fallacy. And as a professor of rhetoric, perhaps you can help expand on that idea later. But there's an idea that once you're in a hole, you should stop digging. And you are not. Please stop digging, because a sunk cost fallacy deceives that person and it leads them down a path which is worse than it could have been. And we will give you grace and respect if you come into alignment with values of our community. The next one is stochastic terrorism. And this is when hate speech is spread and the listeners are therefore more statistically likely to commit violence. It's unpredictable. Sometimes it's the lone wolf attack. Recently, a woman was murdered in Lake Arrowhead because somebody tried to tear down her pride flag. If I had another minute, I would try to observe a minute of silence for her. I ask you to reflect on that. There's selfishness and grifting going on in this community. It needs to stop. For my daughter, I implore you.
Audrey Achenbach. Audrey Achenbach, followed by Simon Cooper.
Fools find no pleasure in understanding, but delight in airing their own opinions. That's Proverbs 18:2, of which I'm sure you're familiar, Joe, Danny, and Jen. I'm truly hoping that you heed those words tonight, as it is clear to me they are not words you choose to live by in most meetings. The way you three have behaved makes you look like children. Your actions and your words have led me to believe that you actually do not care about the lives of children. I feel that way because to vote tonight, even on forcing teachers to out students tonight, is wicked, violent, and reprehensibly irresponsible, and I think you know it. To vote this through on the heels of a Southern California man murdering in cold blood a straight cisgender woman simply for supporting the LGBT+ community would be beyond negligent of your duty to serve. Imagine if that man had a school-age child and your little resolution caused that child to be outed to him. Take a second to think about the horrors that would await that child at home.
Children will be beaten, children will be abused, children will want and may pursue suicide over this resolution. Blood will be on your hands. A yes vote on this will show beyond shadow of a doubt that you do not give a damn about children. You would continue to make a mockery of that dais. As board members, it should be all your duty to seek to understand before making decisions that will affect the lives and the education of our children. My worry is that you three newly elected members do not seek to understand
30
or
seconds.
think critically before acting as empty vessels for politically driven religious groups like the 412 Church or Moms for Liberty. Think for yourself. Act in the service of the good and the safety of our children. Listen to the opposition of this resolution tonight. Hear their pleas. I implore you to listen. Vote impersonally and in accordance with the fact that you represent all stakeholders. He who can no longer listen to his brother will soon be no longer listening to God either. He will be doing nothing but prattle in the presence of God too. This is the beginning.
Thank you.
Simon Cooper, followed by Ted Rivenbark.
Good evening. My name's Ted Rivenbark. I'm the father of two boys, one who just graduated TVHS this past June, and my other is attending the 11th grade. So I really don't want to be up here right now, but I feel compelled to support the three newest board members. I strongly believe they have the majority of support in this community. I believe this because I've talked to so many parents in this district. I've talked to neighbors, people I work with, and we all agree that CRT and sexually inappropriate materials do not have a place in our classrooms. Unfortunately, they're not as vocal or nearly as loud, and they're not here in this room. What I find interesting about the CRT discussions is that I've heard so many people in these board meetings say it does not exist in our schools. But the moment this board banned CRT, there's a huge uproar and backlash over it. Why is that? It's because we know it's coming this way. It's like a huge movie premiere coming to a theater near you, but instead it's a college curriculum coming to a grade school in your neighborhood. We've all seen the trailers, we've all heard the reviews, and we should all realize this type of nonsense does not belong in our schools. Thank you.
Ted Rivenbark, followed by Kenneth Prado. Ted Rivenbark. Oh, that was you. Was there a Simon Cooper? Simon Cooper?
So his time's being given to someone else. Yeah, he's next.
Simon Cooper offered his time to me. We're allowed to switch.
That's a good question. We consulted legal today. We're not allowed to do that. Thank you so much, though.
Okay, so last is Kenneth Prado.
You ready? Is it good? Not loud enough? All right. So last week, Governor Newsom stated that there is no state in America that supports local control and parental engagement like the state of California. Well, if that was true, we would not be sitting here tonight. I'd like to bring before you some things that are going on, not just in California, but across our great state of America. If there's not an issue with parental rights and parental rights being offended in our nation, the why in the past year and a half has Alabama passed a parental rights bill that was signed into law. In Alaska, they signed a parental rights bill that expanded to require parents okay their curriculum. In Arizona, the governor signed a parental rights bill. In Arkansas, the Senate passed sweeping education reform bill promoting parental rights. In Georgia, it made it easier for parents to challenge school library books. In Kentucky, lawmakers passed a bill giving parents the right to challenge obscene content in schools. I could go on and on, New Jersey, Wyoming. And then recently, yesterday in California, there was a parental rights collaboration of parents up in Sacramento that sat there and fought for parental rights. And then today in LA, there was a bunch of individuals that were down there fighting for parental rights. And I want to give this board, I was sent a letter today, and I want to read it to you. And it's from two individual mama bears that are up in Sacramento on a daily basis fighting for parental rights. And it means all parents, not just some. And it states, thank you to the Temecula Board for listening to the parents and passing this parental notification policy and helping set the example and model for other school boards to do so. There should never be an agenda to alienate children from their parents or for schools to lie and hide information about their children's health, education, and mental well-being. The same parents who are bringing this parental notification policy are helping lead the battle against bills AB 1078, AB 957, and AB 665. We applaud the parents and the board members of your actions today and stand with you as together we show the nation that leadership of this state does not represent the real California.
Thank you, Mr. Prado.
Daniel Molina. We have more. Sorry. Daniel Molina.
Good evening. I'm a father of 3 in our district. When I watch the coverage about our school board, about what's going on in our school board, the slant of information is obvious. Whether it's KTLA only pushing the anti-board member propaganda, or if it's our governor who claims that 98.8% of the 1,300 families that were piloted approved the curriculum. We all know that is a lie. But how many times have you, Stephen, or you, Allison, or even you, Dr. Velez, attempted to clarify that misinformation with our community? 400 surveys are not anywhere near 50% of the parents that were participated in that pilot. And I find it preposterous that leaders on this board sit back and allow our community to be misled. As I decided to push back on the lies and provide clarification, the divide in our community found me. I decided to take social media through the PBT podcast medium. My wife and I had tried Facebook and Nextdoor app. On the Nextdoor app, everything we posted got flagged and pulled. On Facebook, my entire podcast account is currently in review for complete removal. We simply posted 3 things: the podcast episode, the CRT resolution as a community resource, and the no recall signs, which we were giving away for free. The bias and division in our community are very clear, and it's not coming from the 3 board members in question. There is nothing more dangerous than forcing our neighbors to live in an echo chamber of information. There is nothing more un-American than silencing a side that you disagree with. These are the actions of people who fear transparency because they know the flaws in their own positions. Silence of information is playing more of a role in our community division than anything else. We should be able to disagree harmoniously, but it is clear which side is refusing to do so. When efforts to suppress your opposition are so blatant, you will find that Americans refuse your sentiment completely. It doesn't matter how strong your points are. This online dispute will continue to subtly erode our neighborhood tolerance. For example, a neighboring community member posting the rally point that parents had planned today with the 3 diagonal cross lines. This is an Antifa call out. This is deplorable. How embarrassing.
Thank you.
Last speaker, Addison Dunham.
Okay, last speaker. We can do this, audience.
Good evening. My name is Addison, and I am 10. I would like to make a brief comment about the parental notification policy. I am deeply angered by this, and I cannot believe it is happening. School is supposed to be a safe and supportive environment. Why are you purposefully trying to make it an uncomfortable place? You've probably never considered how this affects the transgender children at our schools. Imagine you as a child going to school and feeling like a teacher could tell your unsupportive parents that you are transgender. Doesn't feel good, does it? This is just sad. Please try to open your hearts because it will make a difference in how our community is. I don't want my school to become an uncomfortable place for anybody. Oh, and isn't it crazy how some adults can be more childish than children sometimes?
Thank you.
Diana Arban.
Good evening. I am a parent, teacher, and have lived in the community for 21 years, taught 21 years in the community. teaching almost 25 years. I say that because it's important, because I am vested in this community. I live and breathe this community. Why are we all here? We're here for the students, all students. You guys were elected as trustees to represent all students. That is your #1 priority. None of us would be here. None of us, we wouldn't have a job. You wouldn't be, that's why we're all here, is for the students. That is my priority #1, is to educate all my students. Since January, it has become blatantly obvious that all students are not our board majority's top priority. It is obvious that their priority is the religious PAC that funded your campaigns. It is obvious that it is your priority to be a national political agenda, which has no place in a nonpartisan political position. It is obvious it is your priority to divide our community. It is obvious that all students are not your top priority. If all students were your top priority, you would not have tried to pass the ban on CRT that created a solution to a problem that doesn't exist and wasted valuable district resources on training and has since created an unsafe school
30
and
seconds.
classroom environments for students and teachers and a lawsuit. If all students were your top priority, you would not have wasted valuable resources attempting to block teacher and parent-vetted state-mandated curriculum because of a supplemental resource about a gay rights activist. If all students were your top priority, you would not be trying to pass a resolution that violates civil rights liberties, which could be put lives in danger and rightfully bring a
Are there any remaining public comments on any agendized item this evening, and which ones? Which items? Items 4, 11. And then item number 1. We're missing number 1 now, right? Parental rights. No, I'm talking about, okay, got it. I was talking about, okay. We'll do a 5-minute recess. Okay, can the board members please take a seat? Thank you so much. Mr. Schwartz. Come on, bro. What? Okay, let's have a call to order. We are now on the consent calendar. Will the audience please be respectful? Thank you. We're on the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and all will be enacted with one voice. There's no discussion of consent calendar items. Can the audience please calm it down? Thank you so much. There's no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. So far, we have items 5, 11, 19. Okay, and 53, 5's off. So are there any other items? Okay, so we can vote these in 1 through 4. Yep. Oh, on the. Oh, okay. We'll do public comments on the consent items before we call for the vote. Sure, we have 8 comments, 2 minutes. So eight comments, 2 minutes apiece for all the consent items. There's just 8.
I mean, are they specific ones that were pulled that we could do it at one time? But
it's all over. I'm fine with doing all of them at once for the whole consent calendar if you are. 2 minutes? Be consistent. All right, 2 minutes.
Mary Davis, followed by Jennifer Bach.
Right. Give me a second here. I'm sorry, I hit my phone. Hi, Mary Davis here. So this is regarding item M4, the minutes from 7/21. I am a government watchdog, and I was concerned about some of the things I saw, both the process as well as the content of the minutes. While public comments are documented well, and that's a great thing, far more detailed than most board chambers do, your board members' comments aren't detailed, and I'm concerned about something that occurred up on the dais. This is audio that occurred at that meeting about hour mark 3:03:41. Let me make sure my volume's up.
so I don't think that it's necessary.
Okay, so we don't have consensus? Okay.
I just don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
I don't think it's necessary. I think
Okay.
he's waiting. In fact, I know that they're watching the meeting tonight.
Okay.
And so I feel like now that we've made.
Join us, we don't need it.
Well, no, he's not sending them, so we don't need to reject them. So I think we're okay. I think we're fine.
I think so.
I'm getting the.
Okay, so.
So my concern is what she muttered under her breath. I'm getting the text now, and it feels like there were some machinations going on. I did put in a public records request to try to find out what the content of that text was, and I was told by your district, thanks for your email. We have conferred with Ms. Barclay regarding your request and have been informed that any text message she appeared to receive at that time did not relate to district business. As a result, it is not disclosable under the California Public Records Act. If you need any help further, please reach out. So I am asking you, as a matter of integrity and transparency, to publicly disclose that, even if it's not necessary by the rules of your governing body. And if you don't want to do it with all of us, then at least share it with the board president, because I do feel like I go to several.
Thank you.
Jennifer Bach, followed by Christine Massa.
Which item is this? 11? Okay.
I'm just going to summarize these. I won't need the full 2 minutes. I wrote a speech, but it's not necessary. The concern really is for this trip, going to the CUBE conference. That conference was deemed targeted towards urban populations where they have a very diverse and low social economic status, as well as having a targeted population that's in crime-ridden streets for the most part. And I'm just wondering that the point and purpose of this attendance on its applicability to Temecula, and if this is the best use of funds, or if this is even the best conference we can attend. I'm all for district members attending conferences, but I'm hoping that we can align with conferences that align with Temecula and their applicability here. I'm just asking that we use our funds responsibly, given that we have a lot of other expenses going on. There's the Tilford Conference, the NSBA annual conference, and there's other conferences that can be literally targeted towards problems that we are bringing up month after month and week after week here, that we can all learn how to communicate better, and we can target the direct problems of communication and understanding and bridging the gaps that we have. And I just ask to use that time and finances more responsibly. Thank you.
Christine Massa, followed by Steve Campos.
Okay, so this is regarding M53. I'd like to get clarification as to why the district needs to hire a communications firm, and if so, why Melendez Consulting. The district has an amazing communications staff. I've been a parent in the district for 15 years, and I've never felt uninformed, except by this particular board. But, you know, as to what's going on in my child's classroom, is it safe to go to school because of fires or floods, crisis response, I can always find an answer. I'm also really impressed with the quality of the district emails and videos, and yes, I do watch them. There's no reason you need to add any additional resources. If you're so worried about crisis management, I suggest a much cheaper and more responsible alternative. Stop creating crises. I do a lot of research in my job, including researching vendors and reading and approving contracts. And the first thing I notice about the Melendez contract is the monthly retainer of $2,500. So they will make $30K off the district, even if they do nothing. I'm pretty sure that's what the mafia calls a no-show job. So if you'd like to pay someone $30,000 and there's no required deliverables, I can be available. I just wrote a really large tuition check to ASU, and I have another one coming up in a few months. So, you know, also, you know, they can subcontract the work to Lord knows who, and I'm available. So then why Melendez Consulting? They've got no website or public presence. There's no public information about any work they do in this space, with the exception of 7 words on Nico Melendez's LinkedIn profile. And even that's overshadowed by his ownership of a portrait studio in Nebraska.
30 seconds.
Their 1.5-page proposal includes no quals, no sample deliverables, and no references. If I tried to pass a contract like that at my work, well, there's no sense in going there because I'd never submit a contract like that. I have way too much integrity. Would the link to Melendez have anything to do with the fact that she endorsed the 3 board majority members? I mean, it sounds like she's a principal in the firm. It sounds like maybe there's some connection there, just like with the lawsuit that the law firm you hired for the TICR.
Campos, followed by Christy McClure.
So a couple things I just want to state really quick before I start, because I forgot to do it the first time, but I do not attend 412 Church. But I will say this, Tim is a friend and a brother in Christ. And I also want to mention a couple things. I am not behind any We the Teachers, Parents, USD, whatever website that's out there, Instagram. I'm pretty much technically like illiterate. But I just want to say that because that's important down the road. Number one, I'm speaking to support the consultation of Nico Melendez, and I'll tell you why. Well, let me give you a little history in the past. In the past, I know earlier we talked about wasteful spending. In the past, right now, we have 2 former board members on the payroll. We also have had the former mayor on the payroll for 3 years. We've also had our former superintendent fill in as an AP at his old salary. We've also had an assistant superintendent of HRD who was a principal at a recent high school. So when we talk about money, I would like to think that we have younger people, administrators who are out there who are less cost effective, or more cost effective, I should say. Now, I will say this. In hiring Nico Melendez, here's what we're going to do. We're going to avoid paying retirement. We're going to avoid paying a full salary and him having to be here every day. The good news is he's going to be able to work with our current staff to teach them how to have media press releases. Ever since a lot of these things have been going on, nobody has said anything. We've been silent. At least when Laura Boss was here, she had the courage to go out and make statements. We don't have that anymore. And so now we're able to get someone who knows, has a military background, understands the media, how to do it, and how to train personnel to handle the media. I totally support, and I think he's worth every penny. Not only that, again, we don't have to worry about retirement. We're not paying a full salary. We'll use him for the services that he has, and I do hope that you do select Nico Melendez and his services. Thank you.
Christy McClure, followed by Cindy Hurley.
This is on item M53, the Melendez Consulting Consultant. TVUSD has a public relations communications department, and according to the website, you've got 2 FTEs dedicated to this function. We've heard on numerous occasions the compliments and accolades and how well they do their jobs, most recently the Summit Academy launch and all the marketing and PR related to that. Why do we need to waste another $30,000 of TVUSD money on external consultants? Not even a local business, but out-of-towners. Especially since the warrant list in this meeting's agenda already shows that you spent over $56,000 in 1 month on Mr. Brenner, the special attorney that you've hired to further your agenda. I think we should rethink more wasteful, unnecessary spending. It seems like the need for an external PR firm is to manage the negative press and public relations nightmare that you 3 have created as a board majority, passing resolutions that are controversial, against the law, and viewed negatively by the community. I think I know a better and cheaper way to fix your PR problems. Just do your jobs. Just learn the rules that govern you as public school board and pass resolutions that help students and staff. Maybe stop wasting money and spending more money than any board has spent before you. Learn the rules and laws that govern you. Actually listen to all the parents and families of TVUSD and community of Temecula. Pass resolutions that improve things for students. I don't think this consultant or any amount of money is going to fix the PR problems until you address the root cause. We get it. You 3 are using TVUSD as a pawn in your quest to change state law and hopefully take it all the way to the Supreme Court. But how about you stop doing it on our dime and at the expense of our kids? Please don't sign this contract and spend more money wastefully and unnecessarily. Use your own money to clean up your own messes and further your political agenda. Leave our kids alone.
Cindy Hurley, followed by Jennifer Bach.
So my first week back opening a new school has been extremely rewarding and exciting. It was a refreshing reminder of how much teachers love their job and truly focus on kids. I met many supportive, positive parents who appreciate the teacher-parent relationship. But then Friday came and we saw the agenda, and we were reminded that 3 members of our board actively support driving a wedge between parents and teachers, claiming that they need more communication. We do not need to give away any more money to your associates for a job that is already filled, and they're doing a good job with it. People just need to pay attention to it, and you need to work with the
We have Jennifer Bach for item 45 and then Jennifer Bach for item 53.
Hi again. On a lighter note, this one is M45, and it's just talking about obsolete of instructional materials, which would be the normal, boring school board stuff. So we're going to talk about normal stuff for a minute. And again, I won't read my speech. I just ask that instead of only resorting to dumping all these hundreds of textbooks that you have listed in instructional materials, that maybe it's possible that we could consider donating them to less fortunate schools, libraries, or even prisons. There's a lot of organizations out there that could benefit from us disposing of these rather than us just filling up a landfill with them. And so I just ask you to consider that. Okay. Now back to real stuff. Okay, M53 Melendez Consults. Today I address a matter of fiscal responsibility and effective resource utilization. As stewards of both education and taxpayer funds, it is essential that we critically examine the potential consequences of this decision, especially considering the estimated cost of $30,000, including hourly charges approximately 3 times the normal rates of such consulting. While I recognize the importance of effective communication, it's vital to consider whether such a substantial expense is justified, especially since we already have that existing position within our school district that is trained and equipped to handle communication needs. Additionally, it's worth considering that the potential implications of hiring a consultant firm that leans towards a specific political ideology. These decisions to hire groups are polarizing to our community, detracting from shared goals of fostering unity and open disclosure. We should avoid actions that are marginalizing any groups of students, parents, and staff members. This consulting firm would be another cost incurred by the district that is unnecessary and maybe for the specific benefit of furthering the positions of specific members and not TVUSD as a whole. In the spirit of responsible governance, I encourage us to explore more cost-effective and inclusive solutions by leveraging the capabilities of our existing media specialists and seeking communication strategies that embrace diverse viewpoints, and we can create a more inclusive, unified, and financially prudent approach to our communication efforts.
Okay, thank you. So do I have a motion and a second to on items 1 through 10, 12 through 18, 20 through 52, and 54?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Barclay. Second by Mr. Schwartz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion adopted 5-0. Now we're on to item 11, pulled by Mrs. Barclay. If you want to talk about the conference travel request.
Sure. I just have a question about that. I think it was mentioned in public comment that it just seems like not a conference that probably isn't very applicable to our district. I went to the website, did a little bit of research, and it looks like it's really for urban districts, and it didn't look like there were a lot of offerings that would be applicable to us. So, I mean, I would just suggest that maybe we skip that one and try to find one that is more applicable. I know you're going to a different one, Joe, that, you know, seems local. It's might be more applicable. I just felt like this one is a lot of money. It's far away, and it's not. I don't feel like it's applicable to our district.
If I could?
Yeah.
I'll just read what CUBE says the conference is about. CUBE has convened school board members from across the nation for the past 55 years to network and share the continually evolving strategies that are used to address the unique educational challenges that exist in our nation's urban centers. Last time I looked, we are not an urban center. Content is curated specifically to provide you with the tools and support you need to effect change as an empowered, impactful urban school board member. I have no problem with anybody attending a conference where I believe the information would be applicable to our district, but I believe this conference is not of any use for our students or teachers.
Okay, so I just thought when I signed up for the Masters in Governance classes of the CSBA, I saw this in my email and I looked it up, and you know, National School Board Association, I thought, you know, this would be good diversity training. Yeah, it says urban, but there's a logical operator in between that word and then issues in the country. It says urban trends and issues in the country. I thought, you know, it's diverse training. It's outside of our perspective. I understand the urban argument, and I like the main speaker, you know, helping our students overcome the impossible. Now that impossible might supervene on urban and issues in the country. I mean, issues in the country is not just that state. It's not just that urban area. But I'm open to suggestions from the board.
So the one thing I noted is I looked up the definition of urban, suburban, rural, because I think it was good to look at those talking points. It says major issues in urban areas include fiscal difficulties, crowding, housing, traffic, pollution, and crime. You know, I know Temecula isn't entirely defined that way, but we do know demographics and stats and things are constantly changing. So the way I see it is that it's a benefit to go and have that diverse experience and look at different facets of student populations. That's what I'm assuming maybe you were looking at, because I think it's good to get outside our community and get those additional, I want to say additional insight, and then come back and apply yourself. And I know how hard you're working, so I just want to vouch for you on that, because I see this probably increasing your scope of understanding in areas you don't even know yet.
Thank you, Ms. Wursman. That's the way I saw it. Well, it's, any other comments? Otherwise, we could just take it to vote. I'm good either way.
Is this something that you see value in, Dr. Komorowski, being able to attend?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Can I just ask
one
one more quick question?
Yeah.
I mean, we really haven't discussed this as a board before, but maybe we should put this on an agenda, is maybe like a conference budget, because I feel like we've had a couple of these come up, and I've looked at some conferences as well. I'm also doing Masters in Governance, so, but I was even hesitant because there is a cost associated. So I think maybe for the future, if we could at some point put it on an agenda, Dr. Velez, I don't know how that works. I don't think we have a set budget for that, but just so that maybe we can go, okay, weigh it out, who wants to go, including all the CSBA stuff, just so that we're making a good judgment. We can kind of prejudge, not just each conference.
Time of change. And so for us, having this guidance and working with this particular organization who has an understanding and background in terms of our leadership style, how our district is structured, has a really deep-seated understanding of how Temecula Valley Unified School District works. And we also have worked with them before at a consulting level. This is one that we really feel during a time of change we think is important for us. To continue to move the organization forward in a time of change.
So I know this from, I know they work with many school districts in Southern California. So what I'm hearing you say is that by keeping this, it would help to keep some consistency irrespective of what staff changes may or have happened or may happen in the future. It would keep that level of consistency?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, we are trying to keep consistency with our school sites, with our administrators, with our teachers, with our classified staff. This is really to assist us in doing so. I think sometimes we have to remember it's not just the five of us that are sitting up here. We have an organizational structure with executive directors, we've got, coordinators and a lot of people that we're trying to coordinate information throughout the entire organization.
And this was just 10 hours, right? With the timing, 10, 12?
Correct. It's
Right
10
out.
hours, but it typically includes consultation, like if we needed to pick up and, have a phone call or something like that as well.
Okay.
And I think it's 10 days, Jen.
Okay, so 10 days. So for me, I, just in having full faith in Hazard and Young and Mackay, would love to see that change, because I think his firm has that experience as well, and that's just where I sit. But thank you for sharing that.
Are they somewhat similar in what the services that they offer? I'm sorry, I didn't hear clarification on that.
Actually, go ahead, Jen.
I was just going to say I did vet it with him, and he looked at what we're looking for, and yes, they do provide very similar services. So that's why I would love to see a streamlined approach and have them handle the superintendent search and then some of the training as well, because we are looking for some new change, some fresh perspective, those kinds of things.
And we already have that contract with Hazard.
And yeah, and I agree. I mean, I think they're already going to do that, but I think this reaches beyond what we're talking about, and just keeping some consistency with our staff. It's a lot of change.
Mr. Gonzalez, if I can make a comment to your point, I don't know if they offer the same services. I have not spoke to Hazard and Young about it at all. So when I am looking at it, I understand our district needs right now. I understand that Leadership and Associates can fulfill that. I cannot speak with Hazard and Young about it. I have not spoken to them about it. So I just want to make sure I was able to answer that question.
Can I just add also that Leadership and Associates was the consultants that hosted the workshop on Valentine's Day? For those of us that remember how we spent our Valentine's Day, I felt like they did an excellent job, and it's comprised of many retired superintendents from Southern California. So their specific expertise is known in our executive cabinet team, and we, as Dr. Velez mentioned, we have used them and have found their leadership trainings highly valuable. So this is our request to continue to use them as our consultants. We understand that the board selects the board's consultants. We're requesting to use them as executive cabinet consultants in leadership training specifically.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lash.
Quick.
Yep. Mr. Schwartz.
There are times when we need to defer to the expertise of our superintendent. If she thinks that these are the people that should be doing it, then I agree with her and her opinion.
Okay.
Is there any time to vet the other and talk to them about some of the specifics of what they offer, or are we on a timeline with the contract?
We're not on a timeline with a contract. I would share that we're on a timeline just in terms of trying to run an organization and needing that help. If we're looking at a September 12th board meeting, there's a concern that that is weeks away. And this contract, this is about the third time we've really tried to bring this back. So there is always time to vet it. However, I think Nicole said it clearly. It would really be of importance to us right now to be able to move that forward at our request.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion and a oh, sorry, any other comments? Do we have a motion and a second for the Leadership Associates Agreement?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez, seconded by Mr. Schwartz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Motion adopted, 3-2. Now we're on to item 50. Oh, let me see. I don't want to skip one. 53. Consultant Melendez Consulting, and this is by Mrs. Barclay. Oh, sorry. You can go first if you want.
We did just have a conversation about what will be our next steps with our communications plan. So once again, surprised to see this come onto the agenda, since we didn't really have a chance to discuss what our plan was going to be, if it would be a staff, it would be a consultant. And once again, I just feel like if we are operating in transparency, which I think all of us, it is our intention to operate transparently, we have not sought out other firms to compare costs, to compare anything to, and it's on consent, which is also, for me, kind of concerning, like it's just kind of getting snuck in there without much discussion. So I have concerns, not to mention some of the other ones that I had that were also brought up in public comment. We don't have a lot of information on qualifications, samples. I feel like there is a conflict, being that it is Melendez Consulting. And I just feel like if we are gonna go this direction, that we could have a discussion about it first and kind of make our plan about how we wanna handle our communications and then proceed from there.
I was shocked when I saw this, I'm sorry, on the consent calendar. I did do a little research. I'm reading from Melendez Consultant webpage. Melendez Consulting is located in Lake Elsinore. This organization primarily operates in the business consulting, business industry within the engineering, accounting, research, and management services sector. This organization has been operating for approximately 7 years. Melendez Consulting, I'll talk about how much they earn. I did some research myself about what a typical communications consultant firm should charge. In San Francisco, it's $43.18 an hour. Most communications experts have rates that fall into these ranges: mid-level 50 to 100, senior 100 to 50, executive 150 plus. Keep in mind, if the average consulting fee is around $100 per hour, your experience and track record will need to be taken into account. If you're a brand new consultant, you may be charging closer to 50. With 20 years of experience under your belt, you may charge $150. I then Googled the 10 best communication firms in California. They are Matter Communications, Communications Strategy Group, the Ascendant Group, Webamax, Net Revolution, Firecracker PR, Otter Public Relations, Channel V Media, Blue Tree, Reputation Defense Network. those are all available if we want to hire one of the top communication, if we want to hire one. I don't think we need one at all, though.
Mr. Gonzalez, they'll represent the board, then they'll do press release, news media, things like that, and then inter-district communication?
Yeah, so
Pretty much those three, okay.
I'll speak to this one really quickly. This was done in collaboration with our entire district staff, and we've had multiple meetings about this. The first of those meetings resulted in a job description being brought to that meeting in July. And we truly took all of the comments that we heard that night into consideration. We got back together in committee with district administration staff. I had a good meeting with Jimmy Evans, one-on-one, about his qualifications and what he could offer and what some of the obstacles were for him, some of the handcuffs that were actually on him under previous administration. And we all got together and put our heads together and tried to figure out how we could shore up and how we could eliminate the added burden of cost of hiring a full-time position. In doing some of that research, I did run into Nico Melendez. I had no idea that, you know, he was even Melissa Melendez's husband until I had a conversation with him. His resume is what stood out to me first, and I was introduced to him. I can read off what his qualifications are, but I can tell you the staff was involved in every one of these determinations, and what we saw was the need for Temecula to start telling the story about Temecula instead of all of these outside organizations telling the story about what's going on in our great school district. And that's the messaging that we want to get out. That's the messaging that we want to work on. And then the added community involvement portion of that and strategizing on how to engage with parents more adequately was also just a benefit. I would point out that the cost to hire a full-time public information officer was in the six figures plus benefits, and then it's long-term. This is a contract that we can use for this year in a time of repair, and then we can choose to not engage with Mr. Melendez for a second term. I introduced our district staff to this gentleman. I let them make their own determinations, and I think that we all walked away from the meeting agreeing that this was a great opportunity for our district and a great resource for Mr. Evans, which is the only reason that I'm proposing it.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. At least for me, I'm excited to see where this goes. Thanks for that information.
And just to add, I mean, I would not argue any of your points, well, most of your points there. I gotta argue one or two. But I totally agree that, you know, we should be supporting our staff. This might be a really great solution, but I mean, I still get stuck on the process because it was a subcommittee, but then we didn't come back and hear what the subcommittee said, and then so that we can more, you know, make a good determination. It's like you have your subcommittee meetings, you know, which we're not privy to, and then we come and here it is, and it's already done without, you know, getting us on board or helping us understand where we're going with it, or maybe just hearing from 2 or 3 firms, anything at all. So that's what's hard for me is that, once again, you know, it's hard. This whole school board thing is very awkward because in normal life, we could all just go to a meeting. Yeah, we could just have conversations, we could go to meetings, we could talk to each other, but we can't do that. This is the only place where we can talk to each other, you know, as a group. And so it does make it difficult and awkward. So that's just my biggest thing is that, you know, when we have the subcommittees, that's perfect. That's exactly how it should be. But then I just still continue to feel like we're missing that step of then we come here, then we all talk about it. Then the subcommittee goes, oh, and here's 2 people we want to bring forward. Let's talk about those 2. And then we make a choice. I'm not against this in concept. I totally agree. Probably don't need a full-time person, a consultant that we can get out of in a year. Perfect.
That was based on your advice, and
Yeah,
we took that
I totally
very
agree.
seriously. So
no, and I do
appreciate
agree.
it.
And if Jimmy says that he needs support, I believe Jimmy. I believe that is probably true in the climate we're in right now. So I'm not opposed to any of that. I just feel like we're missing a step. So that's my only concern.
And I understand your concerns about that. This was something that's kind of been evolving over the last I mean, 3 months we've been working on this, and when both Jimmy and Dr. Velez met with us, and we all saw a benefit, I stepped back and said, I'll let you guys work out the details. If this is something that you feel like, you know, will be a benefit to our district, let's do it. And let's bring it to the board and let's see what they think about it. I wouldn't mind, I mean, do you want to share kind of what you felt about
I'll share a little bit. So I see Mr. Evans in the back over there as well. I want to make sure, we're waving at Jimmy. I just want to make sure and clarify there. Mr. Evans' position is more of a marketing position. It's a position that has never meant to be a public information officer, although he has graciously molded into that at times. And so his role has been very different. In part of our conversations, with the board at our one of our workshops we held in the spring, I know there was a lot of communication at that time about how to increase, communication with the community. We talked about press releases. We talked about a lot of different avenues. And so there was a discussion that this particular position would assist in working with Jimmy to be able to do some of that work, because again, his job description is very different than what I think the board is necessarily looking for. And so this was something that Mr. Gonzalez had brought forward. We did have a meeting a virtual meeting with Mr. Melendez. I do believe that I want to make sure that there is a clear distinction, though, that it is very different. It's not bringing on additional help for Mr. Evans. It's more just supplementing the work that he's doing on his marketing end.
I have a quick question for you. We just had kind of an emergency with the hurricane, and we weren't sure what was going on. I have a question for you about what he might message out, because I got this letter from a dad, and he said, I have a son in TVUSD, and we are the only district in the area with a completely outdated website and no response to the California Emergency Declaration, tropical storm warning, or regional school closures. Every surrounding district is doing a better job providing information. When asking the TV virtual help, we are still told all schools and departments are closed due to COVID. There was just some confusion, and I'm wondering if this could be a good niche, and I know that he'll probably handle a variety of things. Do you see something like the emergency issues that could continue to come up might be something in his wheelhouse and department?
I see there being a number of benefits, and so there was a initial need, which is increasing communication with our community, being able to kind of tell the story, instead of the narrative being that, we're banning books. It's, listen, our district is having an honest conversation about it. We're trying to work through the details of this. We're not telling the story, and we're not speaking to those things. So I wanted the district to be able to speak on its own behalf and tell its own story instead of just silence. So, and then there's the parent engagement portion. We have new curriculum adoptions coming up this year, and we just want to encourage that. I was originally looking at a public information officer position and rehiring somebody like a Laura Boss to come in and do that. It's just been through this whole process that we've learned that, first of all, we probably don't need a full-time position. We don't need, there was a concern about reposting that position and having to bring Marianne Edwards back on because she last filled the position. And it really wasn't seen as a benefit to the district having that full-time position in place. So we saw this as an opportunity to get the best of both worlds, and then also have somebody. I can kind of explain to you just some of the things that he's been up to recently, just so you kind of get an idea. He kind of laughed at me when I talked about kind of some of the stuff that's been going on in our district and some of the turmoil that we've found ourselves in. Because some of the stuff that he's been involved with dealing with firsthand is craziness. Nico's 30 years as a professional broadcaster communicator, as a civilian, and as a reserve public affairs officer. Mr. Melendez supported the U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Norma Mineta, in wake of 9/11, and served as a special assistant for public affairs as a national spokesman for the agency. During his 17-year career with TSA, he served multiple roles as a public affairs manager, both for the agency and Department of Homeland Security. He briefed and supported multiple secretaries of Homeland Security, assistant secretaries, briefed members of Congress, state and local elected leaders, as well as high-level government officials. He conducted more than 10,000 on-the-record media interviews, and served as a primary spokesperson for the TSA during the 2006 liquid bomb plot and the shooting at LAX that killed an employee of the agency. He's in his military capacity, he is assigned to the staff of Navy Reserve Region and Readiness and Mobilization Command, Everett, Washington, and is responsible for communications matters impacting 16 Navy Reserve centers in 11 states. Other past assignments include NRUS Southern Command. Currently, he's in Hawaii, serving as a public affairs chief to the Joint Task Force Red Hill, a mission to rebuild trust with people of Hawaii after a 20,000-gallon fuel spill impacted the islands. I mean, this guy, this is what he does, and communication is his business, and I think he would be a great resource, if for nothing else, to pour into Jimmy so that Jimmy can take it on from there.
If I could, two things. I got the same email you did, Jen, from that father, and I reached out to the superintendent, and I asked if the email that I got about the emergency was sent to everybody, and it was. So if the gentleman didn't have a valid email address, he didn't get it, and that's his fault, not the district's. Number two, no aspersions, Danny, on the gentleman you're talking about. He sounds like a great guy and very well qualified. I would just like to vet other communication companies and decide who is the best fit financially and professionally for our district. If it turns out he's the one, I will happily vote for him. As I said, I was shocked when I saw this item and I saw the contract. We're supposed to talk about these things, not have them thrust upon us in a meeting, and then we have to vote yes or no without being able to talk about it. So let's do a little research on other communications companies, see who might be the best fit. If he turns out to be the best, I'll happily support him.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion and a second for 53 Consultant Melendez Consulting Incorporated?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Gonzalez.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against say nay.
Nay.
Motion adopted 3-2. We are on to information and reports. Do we have any presentations before I have the very exciting? Okay, we have comments. Okay. Very excited for board self-evaluation.
First up is Edgar Diaz, followed by Jennifer Bach.
All right, info and reports, board evaluation. I'd like to speak on board culture number 16. Board members demonstrate they understand other perspectives. How often does the board reach out to understand before voting on action items? Items are decided within the same night. 3 individuals able to understand the potential impacts in implementation to district staff on first read without first sitting down with the individuals who have to implement them. In many of the controversial topics, discussions with the board are shut down and proceed. I think we just saw an example of that one. Board meetings, number 30, board meetings dedicate the time and importance they deserve. Or basically, I didn't have time to copy it as I was moving through. This discussion finished quicker than I thought. 2 is a large community with diverse views. You were elected to serve the community, but you continue to spend the trust provided to you by paying out your attorneys, now your media consultant, your CLT workshops and forum, and your personal security forestry and board meetings. What value have these items brought to improve classroom instruction? Do the action items of last month reflect what is the most impactful in the classroom? Do the action items that are brought up, are there parent emails and communication through formal communication channels to support the time invested during board meetings? Number 42, effective process to review, revise, and adopt policies. Board policies provide avenues to address your priorities and protect the rights of students and employees. With a rare exception, there's not regular discussion on the applicability of board policies to address board priorities, although there is one today. 47, celebrate district accomplishments. How often are district accomplishments postponed as recognitions or agenda items due to the nature of the agenda? 56, the board pursues partnerships to support district efforts. What panel of students or parents have you sat with to identify what is on their minds and of the utmost concerns? You emphasize local control, but you implement a national political strategy to our community without doing the work to the impact in our community. I've heard about the doors during the campaign, but governance is where the work lies. Out of all the thousands of doors knocked, how many official emails, texts are received in your district communication? Board informs the community of opportunities for involvement. I believe that one's done well on Instagram, but how does
Jennifer Bach, followed by Cindy Hurley.
As highlighted in Jen's campaign pamphlet distributed at Parents' Night, results speak loudly. It is crucial that we scrutinize this current state of affairs, particularly in light of persistent issues such as poor self-ratings, dissatisfaction due to discriminatory actions, and ongoing divisiveness within both the school board and our community. Despite these glaring concerns, there appears to be a lack of meaningful change in the board's modus operandi or its allocation of time. The absence of tangible improvements and outcome is a cause for significant apprehension. Our district's mission, priorities, and goals should be the guiding forces, yet they seem to be overshadowed by a disproportionate emphasis on reducing student exposure to the LGBTQ populations. Promises were made by school boards to champion parental rights, advocate for academic excellence, and strengthen parent-school partnerships, promote age-appropriate curriculum, and uphold truth and transparency. Regrettably, there has been little to no tangible progress in these areas. Parental rights are stagnant. K through 5 do not have a social studies curriculum in their classrooms. Discussions on improving academic excellence are absent. The community remains divided, and trust in the board's ability is eroding. Additionally, it's disheartening to note that the board's actions appear to contradict the proclaimed commitment to truth and transparency. Behind-the-scenes efforts to amplify certain agendas through external groups and associations undermine the genuine collaboration between parents, teachers, and the board. The message is clear. Results speak loudly. We urge the board to redirect its focus towards the outcomes of our students within our schools instead of being consumed by individual agendas. As board members, you hold vital responsibilities to our students, parents, and the community at large. I implore you to embrace your role wholeheartedly and prioritize the betterment of our education system. Thank you.
Lee Hurley.
I'm making up for lost time, sorry. All right, I want to thank you for being honest in your self-evaluations. I compared your self-evaluations for this board to the past boards. I went back in the minutes, and as a teacher, we're really good at looking at data, and it was super easy because all you had to do was look at the colors. If you look at the colors in the past, mostly green. Green is great. You guys had one green. At this rate, this board is wasting our time. At the rate this board is wasting our money, time, and resources, our test scores will soon look similar to the drastic decline in performance that your scores indicate. Your self-evaluation reflects your poor governance, incompetence, and fiscal irresponsibility. You're not here to serve our students or parents. You're here to force your beliefs on others and harass students and teachers. This is ridiculous.
Okay, so we're on to board self-evaluation. I'm up for if this board wants to push this item. Some of the other ones are going to go by pretty quickly. My thought, and I sat down with Dr. Velez, is just to go over each section, maybe 1, maybe 2 points, and that's it. Just a.
Is there a presentation on it, or is it?
No, it's me. No. It's me walking us through it. I won't go line by line. I'll just take maybe 1 or 2 from each category and move right through it. I sat down with Dr. Velez and looked at this. So I'm up for pushing.
I don't think there's much review that needs to be done.
Is there much to say?
Hey.
We're not doing a great job up here together.
We need to improve.
Yeah, we need to improve. All right, let me go quickly through it then. At least, how about 1 point for each section? Here we go. Very excited. Board unity. Number one, the board is focused on achievement for all students. School site visits respectful of data. I know for me at least, I visited 10 school sites in the last week. I know a bunch of us have. I know Mr. Schwartz, you're highly motivated with that. That we can all agree on. We love visiting sites, love seeing the students. Roles and responsibilities. Number 9, board member.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Schwartz.
You skipped over the first one.
No.
Which one were you talking about? I'm
Board
sorry.
unity. And I just did the first point.
You're talking about the first point?
Yeah,
The
I'm
board
only,
is focused on achievement for all students?
yeah.
Yeah, and what were you saying? I'm sorry, I missed what you said relates to that point.
Me and Dr. Velez sit down and we agreed that board members are highly motivated to visit school sites, and we're respectful of the data that we constantly get on the dais.
I agree with that, but I don't think that has anything to do with being focused on achievement.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Let's go to section 2, roll.
I think Dr. Velez just had some she maybe wanted to add, it looked like.
And let me just clarify one thing. This survey, this questionnaire was done in the spring. And so all board members were able to give their input on this. And so as part of board transparency, it's time to go through this. It's been pushed for a couple meetings, and we're here now. One of the strategies that Dr. Komrosky and I did talk about was looking at each section, allowing members of the board to have input, but focusing on areas possibly of strength, areas that can be improved upon. We did kind of walk through that process. So although Dr. Komrosky right now might be bringing out one particular area, any board member can add information to that item. They can comment on other things, and then we can continue to move through it. It's a very long document.
Yeah.
We all understand it's an awkward process to go through in public, but it does need to go through, it does need to happen in public. So please know you can add information, but we try to at least set up a process to at least make it more fluid for everyone.
Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Velez. Yeah, Mr. Schwartz, we can be here all night disagreeing on these, and
No,
I
I'm
just
not
want to
disagreeing.
guide us through it.
Let's move on, I'm fine.
Okay, roles and responsibilities, number 9. Board members keep confidential matters confidential. Scored high on that, great. Board culture. So on this one.
Can we just go back to roles and responsibilities just for 1 second, sorry. I think that one thing that, we scored really low on was number 8. And I think that maybe we all need to just really think about, even though we might say we're speaking on behalf of ourselves and not the board, when we make statements and we use "we" following that, we're insinuating that we are speaking for the board. So I would just encourage all of us to be really careful that if we are speaking only for ourselves, that we're saying "I" instead of "we," because I get a lot of comments about that from people, that it's perceived that board members are board members. We. I corrected myself. No, it's hard, I know, because I do the same thing. I make assumptions for others. So, but I think it's important that all the board members just remember that piece, that if we are speaking just for ourselves, that we need to say "I" instead of "we."
And I think we might agree.
I agree.
I agree. There you go.
Oh my gosh, we agree.
Yeah, hey.
Wow, we agree.
We agree. There you go. On that high note, we should just move
Plow
right
ahead.
past the entire document.
Let's plow.
I'm fine. We all have it. We've all seen it. Unless you want me to move through one on each category.
Go ahead.
Okay. So board culture, we picked, where do you go? 17, board members usually discuss questions about agenda items with the superintendent prior to the board meeting, pulling items for discussion, but we could talk to the superintendent. So Dr. Velez and I, we talked about this. Sometimes we're not really good at pulling items before the meeting. We should work on it. Sometimes I'll admit I'm a procrastinator on some of the consultant items, and I could easily pull it, talk to her, but we're pretty good at hashing it out here on the dais, so strong point. Yeah, Mr. Schwartz.
I never talk to her about board items.
And we can.
Before the meeting.
Yeah, and we can.
I think
I just don't.
I think that
Unless it's something that I want to put on the agenda, then I discuss it with her.
I mean, the way I took that question, of
course, I don't know, because I don't really know what anyone else does. I mean, I just outed myself on my answer, but to me, what I took from that is that are we asking our questions in advance of the meeting? Which I think that is something that we should do and we're supposed to do. There are other districts that say, submit all questions to cabinet by this day, which just gives them time. We're not trying to catch anybody. We really just want to get good information out at the meeting in public. So it's really helpful to them, I'm sure, to get them our questions in advance so they can come with all the materials and answer us thoroughly. So that's kind of how I took it, but maybe I interpreted it differently.
Well, and they're very responsive when you do ask them, even if it's on Monday afternoon, which we appreciate.
Yep.
So, thank you.
I agree.
Yes, true.
We
Okay.
agree.
Perfect, we agree. Board operations, we picked out 19. Board members received timely information. Committee updates, there you go. That's the highlight of board operations.
I don't agree, especially
Okay.
like with this item 53 on the consent calendar. As I said, and I repeated it, I was shocked when I saw it. Apparently, it was discussed but never brought to our attention, and it should, as Allison pointed out, should have been brought to us before the meeting to talk about as a action item, not a consent calendar item. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Board meetings, I think we'll go to 27. Board members come to meetings prepared. I just got to say this on the side, like Jen really has that tree in that binder. That's serious preparation. I think we do. I think a lot of us do our homework outside of the outliers, Mr. Schwartz, that you're talking about.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Board development. 32, the board agrees on the process for identifying officers. I mean, yeah, that was the first night we got sworn in. That was. We're moving right along.
Move along.
There is that point that I think we should highlight that we all kind of scored very low on 34 about effectively orienting new board members. And I know we've talked about it, but that definitely, I mean, when this was taken, I know it was all still very fresh, but I know many of us did not feel like we had the orientation that we deserved being new to this board.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Mr.
will be-
Gonzalez, because we talked about it. I forgot to bring it up. We agree. Whatever that looks like, with new board members being onboarded, it could always be better. Whatever that looks like, we agree. Okay, board development, oh, we already did that one, that's right. Okay, setting direction. 36, the reason I wanted to focus on that one is the board provides opportunity for community input when developing the district's missions, core beliefs, and vision. I find, we got a bunch of blues, we're splitting hairs. I find this kind of problematic because we lack a vision for the entire district and we need one. People often get confused thinking that mission is vision. They are two separate things. Vision is where we're going. And so for me, I'd like to focus on a workshop in the future. We reevaluate our board priorities, our mission statement, and our vision statement, all five of us collectively. So that's why I picked that one out. Okay, structure, 41. This is a shout out to Mrs. Lash. The board regularly monitors the fiscal health of the district, even though we do not know what you're saying half the time with your LCAP. We're trying to get up to speed. It's a different language, but we're working our way up there 3 to 4 times a year. And thank you for all that. Support, yeah, 47, the board celebrates district accomplishments. That's the highlight of these meetings. And the board, and also 46, the board is represented at key district events. We're invited to I don't know how many events, and I've been to many that are just really, really cool.
I also want to say that's our huge strength. I think each one of us make that time to go, and I appreciate that about everybody. I think we do quite a bit as trustees, and I know you've been to how many schools in the last week? 10 schools. So I just think there's a dedication here, regardless of any philosophical differences or the things that we continue to spiral around. We do love the kids in the district, and we celebrate it. So.
Okay, accountability. There's a bunch here, and you know, we could just center on 48, 49, and 50 and go right back to Mrs. Lash. LCAP budget, 50, the board members implement the implementation of the adopted budget. So there's 3 and 1 that we all agree with. Community leadership, we highlighted 57, the board advocates on behalf of the students in public education at the local, state, and federal levels. I know, Steve, you wanted to go. I know your daughter was getting married in Hawaii. Steve, you wanted to go. I know your daughter was getting married in Hawaii. The rest of us went.
Coast to coast?
Yeah. Coast to
It's always
coast.
next year.
Yeah, and it was really fun.
I know.
We did advocate for federal support. And by the way, I was frustrated because at the CSBA conference, I asked about that. I said, look, we tried to talk to assemblymen, but we talked to their staffers. And I said, we never even got an answer. Well, somebody at the CSBA Masters in Governance training said that information doesn't come out till at the end of August. We'll get results of what we petitioned for on trying to get money. Yeah.
I did meet with our state senator, Kelly Sayardo. Right after I was elected, I contacted him, and he was very gracious in sitting down and meeting with me. We talked about the fentanyl crisis. That was one of his big issues, and if you follow him in the state legislature, it's one of the things that he's pushing. So some of them are responsive, some not, but I want to just give him a shout out because he was really spent about 2 hours with me talking about the schools and what he was concerned with. So maybe our state assembly person would want to reach out to us and do the same.
Yeah. Thanks.
He's a good guy.
Thanks, Mr. Schwartz. Yeah, we advocate on behalf of the students at the state level, federal level. I mean, I thought it was exciting learning in Washington. Okay, we successfully made it through that. 2, board governance and planning calendar. Okay, I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Velez.
Okay, so Mrs. Anna Seabar is putting up what is our draft of the 23-24 board planning or board agenda planning calendar. And I think you all have one at your dais. And I think I actually sent this to you all in July, but it's been tabled a couple of times. And so for clarification, what this is this document outlines what is it that the board would like to learn about and hear about through the course of this year. We're already into it just a little bit, but we have a lot of months left ahead of us. And so what we do is, let me explain a couple of things. What you'll see on the document is you'll see things that are noted as a study session. And study sessions are longer presentations that you would receive at a board meeting. Those can be about 20 to 30 minutes where it's on a topic of high interest. For example, I know in the past there's been special education, CTE, there's been different topics brought forward. If it's not indicated as a study session and it's just in regular type, such as the first one, if we take safety and security, those are typically 10-minute presentations that happen at a board meeting. So I think we remember in July, Mr. Vickery came and did a 10-minute safety and security presentation. So anything that is in a normal type is a 10-minute presentation. Any of the blue that is a study session is 20 to 30 minutes. But what you'll also find on here are board workshops. And board workshops are a full board meeting, open to the public, but it is on one specific topic. So as I had shared in July, and will share again now, we have an opportunity to look at 6 study sessions throughout the year. Many of the items on here are mandatory that we do need to do. There is some flexibility in some areas. So it's identifying today each of you, and we'll kind of go down the line and see where your priorities lie in terms of presentations that you would like to hear throughout the year. And then we need to decide on 2 board workshops. And so I know Mrs. Deus and Mrs. Anna Seabar are kind of ready to take notes just in terms of where your priorities lie. Please know that if you are, Mr. Gonzalez, if you have one, and Dr. Komorowski, you have one, we may even be able to combine them if we see from a professional lens that we could combine them into one presentation. So Again, this is a draft. We'll get your input now, and we'll go ahead and we'll bring this back once you provide us your input. We'll go ahead and bring this back in September for consensus that we're all comfortable, and we'll go ahead and approve this as our planning calendar for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. First one that I mentioned, sorry, on the board evaluation, I'd love to see a workshop where we can get consensus from the board on board priorities, mission, and vision. We can all create it together. And I got some head nods.
And Dr. Komorowski, can I ask you, that is for a board workshop,
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
Yep.
So
Not study session, a full board workshop?
I'm open for either, but I think a workshop's good because it's collaborative and we get more time for it.
Which are required, Dr. Velez, from the list? Because I know you said some are required.
So if you look at the document right here, for example, we have, so the board workshop number 3 that's in April of 2024, that's our LCAP review. That's required. We have another one on here that is the dashboard indicators, study session 3, that's required. So you'll notice that some of them that are in red, typically those are our ones that we typically do every year. Oh, I'm sorry, they're on purple here. I'm looking at a different document. Sorry, you looked confused, Mrs. Barclay, sorry.
No, I got it, yeah.
Would a dashboard, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, so is it also required, the annual board workshop, that first one?
Yes.
Okay.
Is dashboard indicators something like iReady?
It typically is our district data. So you would have iReady data in there, but you would have how our district and our school sites are performing.
I only asked that because of the Masters in Governance. I was pretty excited to just latch on to something that I can go deeper into. So
Yeah.
it's good to know that, okay.
Yeah. So I'm hearing from Dr. Komorowski that there's an interest in doing a board workshop on board priorities just in terms of mission and vision for the district. Ms. Wiersma, anyone else would like to?
Yeah, I would like to see something on our English language learners. And no, just that one.
Okay, and Mr. Schwartz, would that be for a study session, which would be a longer session?
I would like to see one on safety, get a little bit more, because I know a lot of things are happening this year. So
Okay.
maybe a longer presentation on that, probably later in the year, once things have happened. And also, this is not for a study or workshop, but we did push the equity, access, and inclusion presentation. We never got that a few months ago.
Okay.
And it's way late on the schedule. So if we could possibly move that up to sooner than later? Because we didn't receive that presentation, it was pushed. And it's not on here until March.
I'd like to dive deeper into GATE, but I mean, that's definitely not a workshop. I know I was going to work with, GATE with Nicole Diaz. I really,
too.
really want
That
to
would
go
be
all
good.
out.
I got an email on that.
Oh, good. We got multiple board members. Okay.
I'd like that as well.
Oh, we're on it.
But not I think just a presentation though, right?
Yeah,
just
it
a
would either be a
presentation.
study session or it would be an info item, which is 10 minutes. So
Yeah.
it could be either, am I hearing either one of those?
I think, for me, an info item is probably good to start with.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to just know more about what we're doing with those programs and
Okay.
the resources that we're allocating through.
Yeah, and I want more funding for them. Instead of GATE students in a classroom where a teacher's working with SPED and GATE and students that aren't either of those, GATE students go to their own classrooms or even a math classroom where they're challenged. I mean, they need to flourish.
Okay.
And right now, I don't think we have an adequate program for them. That's just my thought. Got a bunch of emails. Okay.
Any other areas? Ms. Wiersma, did you have anything you wanted to share?
What about the aspects we've talked about with the trauma-informed training or sexual abuse, addiction, some of the things that our students are facing? I've talked to various people who would love to be able to come in and just help us understand more components of that. And I'm Okay. That's what I would love to see.
Okay.
Could be combined.
Yeah. Mr. Wisman, I think that I would suggest that's probably more of a 20-minute one because that's a lot that's packed in there and it's a heavy content. So we'll put that down as a study session. Any other areas of suggestion?
I would support keeping the MTSS and the CTE. I like both of those.
What's what's M?
Multi-tiered systems of support. It's literally one of the coolest things we do. I love it. It's
And
great.
we are now going into year 2 with that, so it'll be very exciting.
It's so good. I can't wait to hear that one.
Okay.
And then I would love to keep the hiring and recruiting. I think that's a really important topic for us to discuss and hear more about.
Okay. Mr. Schwartz, anything else?
I don't see anything on athletics, and I'd like to have a quick report maybe from each school on what they're doing, how it's going, what they need. I know it's really important. Extracurriculars are really important to a lot of our students. And in order to keep those programs going, I think maybe we could use some discussion from the athletic directors or the APs in charge, just to give us an idea of what's going on, what they need. You know, I know like the field at TVHS, is it done?
Yes.
Yay!
It's just like curing. It's beautiful.
Okay,
the pool and the
good.
field are done.
I know that
Sorry,
was
did I steal your
It will
thunder?
be
Sorry.
occupiable next week.
No, that's good, because it was the same thing last year with the pool at Great Oak. You know, it wasn't a tremendous deal, but it was a tremendous deal to the school and the swimmers and the kids in water polo and the parents, and it just was like an ongoing thing, so maybe we could just be updated on our athletics and give us an idea of what's going on.
Okay, so Mr. Schwartz, I think you are.
Study session.
I think you are looking ahead. So actually, next month, we're bringing an athletic and co-curricular report to the
perfect.
board.
Thank you.
But what I would also suggest is I do think that there's a time at the end of every year to be celebratory in terms of our athletics. So I'll go ahead and
Absolutely.
still put that down for maybe the end of the year.
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any others? I'm good. Everybody else good? Okay, thank you, Dr.
Okay,
Velez, for
thank you.
helping us through that. Okay, now we are on Board Policy 6000 Committee Update. I'm not sure if this is Mrs. Diaz. Yep. Oh, Mrs. Wiersma, I think you're going to start with this.
So for BP 6000, I just want to give a brief summary and context on why this policy is being developed. It basically came as a result of Angels in America being utilized in a classroom and just the discussion that ensued as a result of looking at the material. 100 F words, an explicit violent sex scene. There's just some things I think that we all within the district want to talk about and be transparent with. And I know some might argue this is diverse perspectives. Others are going to argue that it violates policies and ed code. So what we're doing is we're collaborating together, and the committee is looking at defining things, and I'm sorry for these words, but perversive, vulgarity, obscenity, erotica, pornography in technical and legal terms. So this is what we want to work on, knowing that we might have students that come from a background of sexual abuse, addiction to pornography. We really want to be sure that we're not subjecting students to what could be viewed as controversial material for the sake of inclusion. I think we need to develop our parameters. All students have an equitable right to a trauma-free education. We never know where some of these students are coming from. And I really think here at TVUSD, we're committed to change. We want to set up these additional safeguards and systems. And I loved what Mrs. Diaz said. She said, let's create a system so that the work of this grows roots and understanding throughout the district. So that's what this committee is doing. We have all agreed to this vision, and it's definitely been a great time for us. And so these systems and processes will help us make decisions regarding supplementary materials. So the library, supplementary classroom materials, we're going to make sure the vetting is there, and if materials go through being approved by the governing board. Those are processes that we're talking about, and I'm definitely encouraged that we're on the right track. So we've had the right conversations and we're moving towards the right solutions. And hopefully this fall, we'll have a return and be able to tell you where things are at with clarity.
So I just want to thank you, Mrs. Wiersma.
Mrs. Diaz, can I get like a 10-second update, and then I'll let you continue the rest?
Sure.
Okay, only because I know you got the heavy lifting on the email that I sent you. What Mrs. Wiersma just said on the obscenity, vulgarity, pornography, erotica, there's even one more. I asked our head legal counsel, Mr. Huff, to give us very explicit definitions so that we're not hung up, you know, as far as legally, because if we're going to make the argument that we want to protect kids with this language in 6,000, then we have to really define our terms so there's no ambiguity or vagueness. And I kicked over that gigantic email to Mrs. Diaz. Good luck with it, because I know you're still assessing it, but that's all I wanted to say is the follow-up for that.
Thank you, Dr. Komrosky. I want to, just as co-facilitator for the committee work that we've done, just provide some updates as they're outlined up here. Just to recognize the fact that it's always a good idea to go back and look at board policy and existing things, including administrative regulations and exhibits that are in place, especially when we're looking at systems that would be supporting or being added to in any element of change. So in our couple meetings that we've had so far, we've been able to review the related board policies and the existing systems that would be impacted by any changes in Board Policy 6000. And I appreciate the efforts of the committee because it's been recognized that this is something that is deep and far-reaching, and it impacts a lot of things and a lot of people. And so when we look at that, we've had really solid conversations about our core material and what our existing board policies say about that. Supplemental material, and I will say that our supplemental materials and our board policies, we're actually moving forward now that we're in week 2 of school with a committee of teachers that are going to put together a supplemental policy, explore a rubric that would use existing board policy and administrative regulation language to provide some guidelines and supports for our teachers in making some of the selections in their classes. And also looking at our library materials and noting that there are a lot of board policies and a lot of things and steps in place that support our parents in the communication with their site about their libraries. And if you go on Destiny at any one of the sites, you will find that information on the top of the page. And so what we realized in our discussions that it is very much as well about educating our community about what is currently in existence for supports and power that parents have to communicate with sites about specific concerns or issues. And so that leads to the last bullet point in our work, just creating opportunities for that information on existing policies and procedures to be communicated to our TVUSD families. So we're looking at this in the broad sense in terms of implications, supports that exist, and things that we will need to fine-tune in order to support anything that's changed moving forward. And I appreciate that we're even moving into a subcommittee that's involving teachers and eventually our community as well. So that's really the goal of a subcommittee, and that's where we are with that work. So thank you for helping with the updates.
Thank you, Mrs. Diaz, and I believe, yes, you're kicking off the next one. But we're on to item 4, Board Policy 6144, Teaching Controversial Issues. We have 4 public comments. I think we can take them at 2 minutes each. Board all right with that? All right.
First up is Christine Massa, followed by Edgar Diaz.
Jen, you're going to miss it. I read through your proposed policy on teaching controversial issues, and all in all, it's not a bad document, although it's wholly unnecessary. Teachers already know how to do this, and they don't need you to tell them. They're mature adults, credentialed, and have way more experience at this than any of you with the exception of Mr. Schwartz. He should have written the document. The fact that you feel you need to document this is insulting to the experiences of our educators. But it's insulting for another reason, which you likely haven't even considered, and that it nearly invalidates your CRT resolution. It's hypocritical. For example, you state that TVUSD also requires teachers to ensure that all sides of a controversial issue are impartially presented with adequate and appropriate factual information. Yet you adopted an earlier policy that doesn't let teachers talk about oppressor and oppressed or transgressions of the past. You contradict yourselves. You want teachers to warn students against drawing conclusions from insufficient data, yet you do this all the time. You hired a firm without looking at any quals or sample deliverables. You just did that tonight. You want teachers sponsoring guest speakers to not use their position or influence on students to forward their own religious, political, economic, or social views. That's exactly what your disastrous CRT workshop was in March. You even paid people to do it. You define a controversial issue as something that's debatable. Now, I remember having a personal conversation with Mrs. Wiersma years ago, and I learned that she considered the theory of evolution debatable, or at least that's what she said then. So who defines what's debatable? And then in item C, you talk about a student's right to these things, the right to have free access to all relevant material, the right to study in an atmosphere free from bias and prejudice. Yet in the agenda item right before this, you're talking about removing these materials from schools, and you've already caused an atmosphere of bias. Try to do better in not contradicting yourselves and not insulting our staff.
Diaz, followed by Cindy Hurley.
Good evening. I love that this is here for discussion. This is how you use board policy to focus on creating an environment of learning, supporting student perspectives, creating a process for meaningful discussion while not endangering an employee's career. This policy that was created with teacher and admin collaboration provides structure. I hope that this is a sign of true future governance.
Cindy Hurley.
All right. So I know this board and their political following don't represent the parents that I've interacted with over the past 23 years. We're dealing with a small, radical group of parents and board members telling teachers that we are sexualizing their children. Even though we do not dress them, we don't let them wear makeup, we don't let them have their own YouTube channels, we don't give them social media, we don't give them a video game diet, we don't allow them to watch shows like Squid Games and play Call of Duty and GTA at young ages. We don't control their screen time at home, we don't let them watch TikTok and YouTube videos. If you ask a teacher where most kids are getting influenced negatively, they will say social media and YouTube at home. With this board's hateful policies, you're saying teachers are now responsible for the behavior and decisions of children while simultaneously having to leave them alone. Please stop blaming teachers for individual apathy and unwillingness to treat children and others as human beings. Children are not possessions, they're not targets for your harassment, and they are not political pawns. Let's get back to the basics, letting parents parent, teachers teach, and children learn, because this is ridiculous.
Okay, I can start while we're waiting for Dr. Komrosky to return. Oh, there's one more comment? Okay.
There was no name on it, so, yeah. Yeah.
Today, I stand before you to address the policy proposal that seeks to outline specific rules for teaching controversial topics. While the intention behind such a policy might be well-meaning, it is essential to critically examine its potential impacts and unintended consequences. Education should be a realm of intellectual exploration and critical thinking. It's within this space that students learn how to grapple with complex ideas, engage in in respectful discourse and form their own informed opinions. Introducing a policy that elaborates on specific rules for discussing controversial topics threatens to stifle this process by introducing an unnecessary layer of censorship. More concerning is the potential for such a policy to become an intimidation tactic, limiting the range of subjects that can be explored in a classroom. We must remember that education is not about conforming to a particular ideology, but about equipping students with the skills they need to navigate a diverse and rapidly changing world. Shielding students from topics that the school board might not agree with deprives them with the opportunities to develop critical thinking skills and learn how to engage in constructive, evidence-based discussions. Rather than constraining teachers and students with rigid guidelines, our focus should be on equipping them with the tools they need to navigate controversial subjects. Effective education empowers students to analyze different viewpoints, evaluate evidence, and form their own conclusion. It is the role of educators to foster an environment where students feel safe to express their thoughts, challenge assumptions, and engage in thoughtful conversations. If there are concerns about the teaching of controversial topics, let's address those concerns through proactive measures. Instead of limiting the discussion, let's invest in professional development for our teachers, providing them with the training and resources necessary to navigate these complex conversations. Let's encourage the use of evidence-based teaching methods that promote respectful dialogues and critical thinking. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Davis, you could take this one away.
Thank you. So just a little history on this pending board policy, and actually we're bringing it for information item tonight as a first read. The majority of the language in this is currently in existence as a procedure, as a way that we operate within parameters of controversial issues, knowing that we as educators who embrace critical thinking and want our students to have opportunities to learn in diverse ways, sometimes need to bring in controversial issues. Depending on the class, a lot of times have to bring in controversial issues. And so this was a document that was collaborated on with some teachers and some administrators, and has been used unofficially, but used as a practice over the course of the years. And when it was brought to request by Dr. Komrosky that we look at a controversial issue board policy, Mr. Balawag and I said, we have something to show you. And so we appreciated the ability to collaborate on the document, and there pretty much this is what's in front of you. It's what's currently in existence in the district as a practice. So really is an information item that's meant to support our teachers in the work that they're doing in the classrooms. So I don't know if anybody has any questions about that, or Dr. Komrosky, if you had something that you would like to add.
Thanks, Ms. Davis. Yeah, I was really excited to work with you and Mr. Balawag. And for me as a professor, and you know, for the people that know me, people know that I'm a Christian. My students don't know that. Unless they ask me in my office hours, they have no idea whether I'm an atheist, agnostic, Satanist, Christian. They have no clue. Because I present an argument to them, and I'm like, what do you think? They're like, what do you think? And I'm like, don't worry about what I think. I want you to think through this critically. I'll give arguments pro and con. I let them properly assess it. So when I look at a document like this, I look at a four-way Venn diagram. This protects the students from retaliation if a teacher disagrees with your worldview, whether it's religious, political, social, and you have, you know, you write a paper and you're like, no, I disagree with the teacher. Can't retaliate against you because you disagree with the teacher. I've heard complaints like that. This protects the teacher to be completely confident going into a classroom saying, look, this is controversial. I don't want somebody breathing over my shoulder. And this also protects the parents too, because if something that might be deemed controversial, they can pull their kid out and say, I don't want them subjected to it. It also protects the district knowing we have a policy. It's a four-way Venn diagram, and I think it's a good move for the community and the culture and the academic pulse here at TVUSD. I love rigorous academic exposure, and some of that is controversial in nature. Hey, whether you're talking about the abortion debate, evolution, cloning, stem cell research, you can go on, and some of that is, you know, whether there be safe spaces on college campuses or, you know, high schools. The list is endless, you might say. But I want teachers, and I want parents, and I want district, and I want students to be confident that they have a policy like that shields all four sides. That's pretty much it for me.
So
Yeah,
then, go ahead, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll be short. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, and I agree with you, Mr. Diaz. Thank you.
I was actually just going to say that. I felt like Mr. Diaz actually might have complimented this board, and I almost fell out of my chair.
Yeah, I
for a
forgot
second.
to say that. No, and
we need
agree.
more of those. So I appreciate the collaboration on this too. I know this came up when we were first talking about the CRT resolution and kind of how some of these issues are dealt with in the classroom. And I know this was shared with me, but it was something that was kind of, oh yeah, no, we've used this in the past, and now actually making it a board policy and have it be part of record also helps to discuss how the expectation for discussing some of those topics that can be considered controversial. So I think it's a great step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. The other thing is Board Policy 6000 can be interlaid with this, even though we're not done with it yet. So there's some things that are so controversial, they're not going to be controversial. They're not going to be included under this, and that would be vulgarity, obscenity, pornography, erotica. That is out.
So that speaks to the suitability. When you're talking about educational suitability for age and maturity, this is something that's going to work in collaboration with BP 6000. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there's even, down at the last line, this is a good one too. It talks about talks about a guest speaker. You bring a guest speaker on, they have to be vetted through this. And there could also be superintendent oversight. There's one line in here, I'm blanking out where it's at, Dr. Velez. When necessary, the superintendent or designee may instruct teachers to refrain from sharing personal views in the classroom on controversial topics. So maybe a teacher says, you know what, I'm not really sure. I haven't really used this policy or considered it. I think it's controversial. Let me run it by you.
And I just want to add a couple things. Everything that you just stated exists somewhere else in ed code or board policy. So in the look at this, it wasn't a creation of anything that was beyond what's already in practice at our sites. I think that's important to note. And another piece, I just want to call attention to another sentence, and that's that a student or parent guardian with concerns regarding the instruction about the controversial issue should communicate first directly with the principal and teacher. And I think that what that does is that increases that goal that we have of engagement with our staff and our teachers' ability to communicate and work with our parents if there are any questions. So overall, aligning to current practice and aligning to current board policy, this document has taken shape over the years, and it's proven to offer some good supports to our classrooms.
Does this also parlay into permission slips and that aspect? Because I know in looking at the play we had discussed, there wasn't a permission slip. So how in this material, if this is something we're adopting district-wide, does that affect the communication with that? Is it dependent upon the age? Is it dependent upon the teacher subjectively deciding?
I think that we're looking more in that towards some of our board policies on supplemental materials, our course syllabi. This is more general when we're talking about the specificity of that. I think that we would look to board policies related to that, but this is more general in terms of the instruction in the classroom, and it does involve that communication with parents, but not to the level of permission slips where some of those practices are being discussed.
Thanks, Ms. Diaz. Any more questions? We're moving. Oh, Mr. Schwartz.
No, I was just going to say, if it's good enough for Edgar, it's good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, I read through this, and I think that, as Mrs. Diaz said, it was my understanding that this is something that's already basically in practice. So it's good to give that extra backing to the teachers and to the parents, and just that mutual understanding. And I do, as Mrs. Diaz mentioned, I was going to mention that I do like the part about that if there is a concern to go to the teacher or principal. I think that it's really critical to keep that relationship between the parent and the teacher, because kids are going to be in school all year, and I think it's really important for teachers to be able to speak directly with parents and maybe clear things up before it moves forward, and then also being able to talk to the principal if there is a larger concern. But yeah, I think it was great work.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay. All righty. I think we're on to number 5, TCI Elementary History Social Science Curriculum Implementation Update, and I think one comment. Oh, okay, one comment. Mr. Diaz.
Well, this was a big topic for us in TVA, especially for our elementary teachers. I'm anxious to hear how the board planned to have textbooks on the first day is going. I applaud Dr. Komrosky for the leadership to bring the agenda item back and provide instructional materials for students and teachers at some point during the year. I am glad that a plan discussed in April was finally implemented and the parent and community input was recognized after a collection effort in May, after the first effort was not deemed as important by the board. So did you take that as recognition? No, as thanks? I know I've received criticism from you on more, in other words, about not providing, I don't know, appreciation for the board. There are things I would like to say, but since no one returns my text or phone calls, it's hard to be able to do that. I received criticism from you that I've never received more of those accomplishments or given more of those accomplishments, but so thanks for the emergency meetings and the textbooks that were 4 months late. Thanks for the hostile crowds and unwanted harassment of teachers that you have yet to denounce publicly. Thanks for creating a division between parents and students by saying there's no trust, even though that is so awkward for us since we invite parents into classrooms and to review student assignments and to attend festivities and to volunteer. But hey, in the name of parent advocacy, let's accuse teachers of
So, is that the only one? In July,
Yeah, it's all you.
we had stated that we would come and bring an update on this. This is brief. This is just so the board is aware. We have received our books and materials. As they arrived to us, we have had to repalletize and get them out to the sites where they belong. So we are almost done with that. Based on when the deliveries occurred over the course of the last week and a half or so. Teachers are going to receive their training in late September, early October. Studies Weekly, our kindergarten teachers have all of their materials and their training is occurring in August. So we will be able to train our teachers late September, early October. Digital access is in process of being opened this week for all grade levels through Clever. And our curriculum design committee, again, now that our teachers are back, is set for grade 4, unit 12, and is being formed, and dates are being scheduled for those meetings. So we had mentioned how we had to wait for teachers to return to do that. And that's specifically related to the unit 12 that we're going to take a look at and look at those priority standards and mold a unit that works. And then just in the last point, looking that the supplemental access for biographies is accessible to our instructors, and it is an opportunity they can use to weave into instruction, but in-network is not currently available or not available for our students. So those were just some of the points, I think, that addressed where we left off in July. We're excited that we're getting books almost completely delivered at this point into the hands of our students and teachers.
Can I ask a couple quick questions? With the books and the material, with the training being September, early October, are teachers moving forward with teaching?
We started with a lot of our science curriculum because not having the books put a delay in what the natural scope and sequence was for the year. So we've monitored and adjusted through that. But we do have teachers on site who know this well because they were the pilot teachers and they're able to assist their colleagues if they are starting to implement some of the lessons. And of course, it's a rollout year. So our regular curriculum teams will be meeting a little bit later in this semester. And in order to have material to bring in for that discussion, they have to be able to dive into it and start to utilize it in some capacity. So I know that it will be better utilized when they have their training, which we pushed back to September, October for when the books arrived. But there will be moments of utilization of some of the lessons in between that time, especially for our teachers that already know TCI pretty well.
There were some slides that were shared during open house, several. Is there anything that you have here to show us what that consisted of? Because I did have a few parents reach out, so I was just curious to know what was shown, and I think there was a general thought that perhaps the books were still a couple weeks out, or that the teachers felt like they couldn't teach right away, and I'm assuming because they have access online and the books are coming shortly, that no, the reassurance is there that they can teach, and that there's not, you know, another month or two of staving that off. I think a parent saw the slides and kind of felt like that was a way to continue to, how should we put it? She felt like it was a way to guide them in being negative with the board decision and what we're doing. And I just want to be sure that parents understand that we took the time to modify and did what we did with a very particular desire to make sure we do have the best in the classroom. We've always had that as a priority, and I want to be sure at this point we're communicating as a district that yes, these students will have social science, the teachers can start. I know the books are rolling out and it's going to take a little time, but I just want to be sure we can advocate for that indeed it is coming and it will be there, and then with this modification, it's going to make it better for our students in terms of educational suitability and concerns for people in the community that did want to see some changes.
So let me see if I can answer your questions. When that video and slide was created for back to school night, all of the books had not yet arrived. And so of course we're a week and a half or a week past that. So we've received and we're getting them to sites as quickly as possible. It's a realistic situation to note that they were not there on the first day of school, but we have worked tirelessly as an ed services team, including with our warehouse and our staff librarians, to make sure that that process was expedited with the time that we were given. And then I think the other question was just about the intent of the district's communication. And I can say, as we've started the school year, we've had the same focus of positivity and learning on students that we have at the beginning of the school year every year. And we look at what we've had the ability to provide for our sites, even having to push back the training for teachers a little bit before the materials arrived, that video was intended to let our parents know that we are doing the best that we can with the time that we've had, but we are off to the races with the curriculum that's been provided to us and ready and able to continue as soon as everything arrives and is in the hands of kids with our typical process for a rollout for a new adoption that's just arrived. So I would also encourage anybody who has concerns to communicate directly with their sites and their administration and teachers if they want to see what that video was or what the slides were. A lot of teachers sent them out in their newsletters, and administrators have it as well, really just as an element of communication, transparency, and support for our parents.
Thank you, Mrs. Diaz. Yeah,
sorry.
Mrs. Barclay.
I just want to add, thank you so much for your work on that, Mrs. Diaz, and I know that the sites, it was kind of a huge burden on them getting it so late, but I do know everyone's worked really, really hard to get that out to the kids as soon as possible. So hats off to all of those staff. And I think there were even some parent volunteers jumping in there and the teachers who've kind of reorganized the year to make sure this happens. So appreciate the work of your team on that.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay. And I also want to just note for the entire board that in our communication, if you haven't seen it, the video and slides went out in our Friday updates as well as a separate email just in case, because I knew it was a busy time for everybody. We really wanted you to get your eyes on that.
Any other questions? All right, we're on to number 6, and I think this is Dr. Velez, the annual opening of the schools report, which is a half an hour? No, I'm just kidding. I know.
Most definitely not. So, okay, so every year annually, we kind of go through our opening of school report, and just to note, we've been in school 7 days. So our kids have been back. It has been certainly a busy 7 days leading up to our kids coming back. Our teachers were back on sites. Our principals were back on site. So there's been a lot of stuff done in the last probably 2 weeks. So I'm just going to talk quickly about celebrations and share some data, kind of our kickoff activities with staff that we've had. Also give you some school site examples of what's happened over the course of the last week and a half, and then just kind of close it out. So here's celebrations and data. Currently our enrollment as of this morning is 26,371 kids, with a breakdown of 11,218 students at our elementary level, 5,843 at middle, and our high school is 9,268, kind of comprised at our 4 high schools. I think earlier today, we honored our centralized enrollment staff. They came in, but we've had new students and families coming in at a rate of about 3,196 families, which is students, which is pretty incredible. But the numbers don't stop there. For our staffing, we've invited into TVUSD 78 new teachers, 3 new administrators, 74 classified, 16 certificated support staff, and 89 substitutes. So our numbers are continuing to grow in our district, and we were really super proud to bring in a lot of new staff this year. So kickoff activities. So before actual school started, and actually before our teachers reported, our administrators at all levels, our principals, our assistant principals, our directors on the classified side of the house, as well as the certificated side of the house, spent a day at Pechanga. I have a shout out to Pechanga for hosting us that day with some incredible, with an incredible environment and incredible food that day. But our focus was, how do we kick off this year in such a positive way and support students? And so it was a really great day, had some scavenger hunts, but the best part of it was the afternoon. School site leadership teams really got to dive deep into data and got to look at how students are performing and what their plans are this year to continue to support data, going back to what Ms. Barclay said before about multi-tiered systems of support. So it was a really great day for our teams to come together. And then also in the afternoon, our classified administrators spent some time with Mrs. Lash on her side of the house, kind of, again, focusing on what we can do as a school district to make just our environments better for students. We spent 2 days actually with our elementary and our our secondary sites, really pulling together the site leadership teams. Our elementary ed services team hosted an instructional leadership team day on August 5th. In the morning, their leadership teams focused on collective efficacy, shared leadership, and strengthening Tier 1 level of support for students. And the afternoon really allowed them for team planning and time centered around data, curriculum, and goal setting. For our secondary also, we call them our ILT teams, or our instructional leadership teams. They trained secondary leadership teams on really how to effectively manage and share leadership with a focus on instruction and student learning. They were super excited, I know. I heard a lot of great stories afterwards to build on what was the work that was started last year, as I indicated before, with shared leadership as a driver for collaborative inquiry cycles. Leadership teams are instrumental in their professional learning communities at our sites, curriculum and assessment, and continuous improvement. And we're all really looking forward for elementary and for secondary just to continue this training opportunity, and we have other training dates coming out throughout the year. Our new teacher training, this is probably one of the best days. I actually shared with the teachers or the staff that started that day that it's my second favorite day of the whole year. My first is always when students arrive on campus, but my second day is welcoming our new teachers. We invite in our new teachers. It's a pretty incredible day. It's a full day that our ESS teachers, or I'm sorry, our ESS directors plan, and it's really an introduction to what TVUSD is all about. It's an introduction to what educational technology looks like in the classroom. That center picture right there is probably the most valued picture that we have. All of these individuals in that center picture are actually graduates of our own district. They were brought up through our own district, and they're coming back to teach in this community, and that's how much they love this district and how fortunate we are to have them back. We actually, on the Friday right before students showed up, had a welcome back picnic. Really a shout out to Mrs. Lash and her entire department for really working tirelessly to put this together. But we had a barbecue over at Day Middle School. Hamburgers and French fries and everything in between. I actually got the stats, and they served 1,900 hamburgers that day. So we had a lot of people really show up, and it's such a time of collaboration, just a time to get to see each other. And we've said a couple of times, just as we've reflected on this, that it was really great to hear from people that I haven't seen you in so long, and I haven't seen you in years, and I worked with them 15 years ago. So it was just a great day to really set off in a nice trajectory for the beginning of the school year. And then we have our back to school. I think for a lot of us, I think for myself on the very first day of school, I was at about 11 school sites. And mind you, the first day is a half day, so it was kind of in and out and checking on people. I know some of the board members were out there visiting with us, all of executive cabinet, all of our directors were out on sites that day, but I will say it was an incredibly smooth start to the school year. I did not have, every principal I talked to said it was really one of the best starts of the school year they've had in a long time. And this is a video that Jimmy did. We'll show it real quick. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for putting that together. One last thing I would really like to note is that so many of us were out on campuses on the very first day and the second day, and one of the things I can say, and a shout out to our teachers and a shout out to our administrators, that you would have never noticed that it was actually the first or second day of school. Kids were in their seats, they were learning, they were collaborating, they were talking. Yes, there were some school sites where they were teaching routines to our adorable little TK kids and our kindergartners, but there's such a value in that. But a shout out to all of them, because really you would not have even known it was the first or second day of school. So I think that actually, in closing, a lot of different pictures and things that we've seen. We've got some exciting news coming up in regards to what we've done with educational technology. And just as you had said earlier, Mr. Schwartz, kind of looking at highlighting some of our athletics. So I think from executive cabinet, from our district as a whole, and I probably can speak on as well from the board, that we're just wishing everybody a really great 23-24 school year.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Velez. All righty, we are on action items 1, and we have, I think, 44 comments. And no, oh, I thought you said 44. Oh, did it reduce? Yeah, 44. So my thought is, it's getting late in the night. I'm willing to go down to a minute. I don't usually do that. That'd be 44 or 45 minutes. What do you think? Or a minute and a half, like we did, or 2 minutes. Sorry, not a minute and a half, or 2 minutes. It's up to the board. 2 minutes is going to put us.
It's already pushing 11 o'clock. We have to be conscious of our staff's time. I think 1 minute apiece is, yeah.
One?
I mean, I'm okay with 2, but I mean, could we compromise with at least 1.5? One, I don't really think they're going to get out there first.
I'm willing to go a minute and a half, or 1.
Let's do a minute and a half at least.
Minute and a half.
Okay.
It's 66, so about an hour, and I'm going to guess a few speakers dropped off, but we'll see. Okay.
Well, and
here
if
we go.
somebody feels like their comment has already been made, feel free not to make it again.
Yes, and let's please be respectful of the differing points of view up here on these comments. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, first up we have Delilah Davison, followed by Jennifer San Nicolas.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Members of the board, my name is Delilah D. Davison. As a former student of TVUSD and as a trans person myself, I've seen and witnessed firsthand what policies such as these can do to children. This amendment does not ensure the safety or security of children, rather makes it worse. By notifying a parent or guardian of a student's identity, it can sever any trust that either parent or child may have had for one another. Someone's coming out should be an act done in comfortability and love, not forced out of someone prematurely without consent. I've had friends kicked out of their houses over this, others beaten, abused, manipulated with electroshock therapy by their family in the name of safety and security. I know people who have killed themselves to escape the bigotry that was pushed onto them. Some of them children, their lives taken before them before they could even be their true self. To close, remember that every trans suicide is a murder, and this amendment is premeditation. Thank you.
Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by Amarissa Cubana. Okay, Amarissa Cubana, followed by Nicolette Vonchel.
Hola, my name is Amarissa Cubana, and I am a Temecula resident. I was raised in a Hispanic household where we believe in protecting family bonds. I grew up knowing that no one loved me more or would protect me more than mi mami y mi papi. How dare teachers try to take that role away from parents? No teacher should ever lie to parents about their children. Activist teachers and local activists need to stop attacking parents. They also need to stop attacking the school board members. I was very shaken when Mr. Gonzalez was publicly called a racial slur. Words like that are so hurtful to our minority community. You never even got an apology from Mr. Pina, who said that to you, nor from the many people in the room that clapped and cheered after his speech. I will apologize to you because you deserve that. I am so sorry that you had to sit there and hear that ugly term.
30 seconds.
Please pass this policy and keep the family strong. If we lose the strength of the family unit, then our society will plummet. Don't give in to these people. They will ruin our families with their hate and their lies. Now is the time for strength, Dr. K, for bravery, Mrs. Wiersma, and for action, Mr. Gonzalez. Hold the line. Thank you very much.
Nicolette, followed by Pam Barrett.
I'm a California mother of two, your outside agitator, Nicolette Vonchel, director of the California chapter of Blexit and representative of Mom Army. Talbert teacher Daniel Axtell, who was 38, of Santa Ana, pled guilty in December 2008 to 6 counts of lewd acts in California. 1 count of sexual penetration by a foreign object. In 2005 is when he did this, but the child, the young girl, didn't report it until 2007. Axtell, that teacher, made friends with the student who trusted him, and then also made friends with her family and went to all of their family events. A Richmond charter school teacher, Anessa Gower, was charged with 29 counts of lewd acts with minors from the ages of 15 to 16 years old. There were 7 of those boys. Tracy Van Hurst, another California teacher who was teacher of the freaking year, 38 years old, was charged with statutory rape of a 16-year-old student. And last year, at least 269 K-12 educators were arrested on child sex crimes in the first 9 months of 2022. This is exactly why parental notification is so deeply necessary and pivotal in the entire state to make sure this never happens anywhere at any time. Laws like AB 1078 is the government's next step in overreach to instill fear in the school boards in our state, fining or firing them if they deem certain curriculum inappropriate for our children. Protect our children now before the law says that you can't. Thank you.
Pam Barrett, followed by Eve.
I'm a former Murrieta teacher with grandkids living throughout Temecula and Murrieta. In fact, 12 days ago, I had the honor of accompanying Chloe Cole, a detransitioner, at the Murrieta School Board meeting. Chloe is a delightful, courageous 19-year-old who shared the horrors of hormone therapy and double mastectomy she experienced to transition beginning at age 12. Now, as a detransitioner, she's on a mission to warn people about this destructive agenda that steals the life of teens. There are more Chloes out there, lots of stories of Chloes. According to the National Library of Medicine, the brain's prefrontal cortex, critical for judgment and decision-making, is not fully developed until age 25. No wonder that detransitioners report deep regret about mutilating their bodies. Their stories of permanent disfigurement, pain, and loss of bodily function are gut-wrenching and unbearable without the support of parents and family to help them pick up the pieces of their shattered lives. Parents must not be left out of the decision-making. A Rasmussen survey reports that 84% of California voters would support this policy. You have the support. Adopt the parental notification policy tonight. Thank you.
Eve Weldon, followed by Christine Massa.
My name is Eve Weldon. I came out as a trans woman my senior year of high school at Chaparral High. At a time when I wanted to be anywhere but home, school made me feel safe. My teachers, social workers, and school administrators did not force me to change my name and pronouns. They respected my own action of changing them. I was one of the lucky kids, though. My parents knew I was trans before I came out at school to anyone. However, many of the trans friends I made in my time at Chaparral do not have parents that would support them. Unfortunately, parents can be cruel, uneducated, and bigoted. This measure would exclusively affect trans children living in those households, and you know it. Board members, as an exercise, I want you to think about how you'd react to finding out your child is trans from a school official. I'd imagine you'd have a very well-informed talk with them about how they can't be trans. It's a mental illness, and you know them, they don't have it. What's going to happen is you might scare your kid into hiding their true self all through their 18 years at home. If you do a really good job, you might get your own child to hide themselves for their whole life and die having never felt comfortable in their own skin because of your evidently conditional love.
30 seconds.
The mission of this school board should be to protect these kids and create a place where they feel safe to be themselves, just like these schools try to do for cis children. This measure is going to make trans kids bottle up their feelings because they know their parents will find out. These kids' stifled transness will not disappear. It will constantly make them miserable. These board members are hurting your children. Komrovsky, Wiersma, and Gonzalez, I implore you to fix your hearts.
Christine Massa, followed by Jack Guerrero.
Did you see it or did Vickery see it? If neither one of you saw it, you get to designate it and he's your delegate.
Mr. Gonzalez, sorry you had to deal with that. The student's gone.
Well,
I think he just walked out. Okay.
I'm proud of Eve for being passionate. I've known Eve since she played football with my son. She was in our carpool for many years, and really, really proud that she came out tonight. And let's be clear that Chloe Cole had surgery with the consent of their parents, so not really relevant for this discussion. It's really clear that this board majority doesn't care about student safety, security, or health. I mean, you let a man who harasses kids, particularly on LGBTQ topics, hang out in the corner of every school in the district and do nothing about it. Jen, you said in N3 that you want to protect kids, but this policy does not protect kids. You don't care. Every time I get up here, I have the hope that you're actually listening, but it's so clear that you're not. You put items on the agenda, already knowing how you're going to vote, and then during public comment, you look at your phones, or you leave the room, or Joe and Danny text across the dais, while a majority of the members of the community tell you what they don't want you to do, and you do it anyway. I hope you'll surprise me, but you won't. You're predictable and incorrigible. Thank you. I'm here to support the trans students I know and the ones who are questioning, and to let you know that people love you no matter what. And if it's not your parents, I'm so sorry, but I hope you'll find the concept of a chosen family. And if either of my students ask their teachers to call them a different name or use different pronouns, don't bother calling me. I already give you my full permission and consent. Thank you.
Jack, followed by Josh Sherling.
My name is Jack Guerrero, taxpayer, homeowner in Temecula, and candidate for county supervisor. Since the beginning of time, Parents and families have been uniquely positioned to help, comfort, and protect their own children. As well-intentioned as government bureaucrats might be, they can never substitute the role of parents in the moral formation of their own children. I trust our parents to address and remediate the most stressful situations afflicting their children in consultation with their doctors, their parents, their pastors, and the moral choices of their own family. Next, I wish to address two fallacious arguments against parental notification. The first relates to privacy. Let me move on to the next point. I'd like to address, safety. Let me tell you, legally and ethically, the presumption must be that parents will pursue the best interests of their children. Unless you have concrete evidence to the contrary, like police reports of abuse or court orders, you cannot assume a hypothetical worst-case scenario because of isolated anecdotal examples of parents getting mad. And in the unlikely scenario that abuse does exist, current policy and state law already mandates controls in place to address those risks head-on, like reporting requirements or the engagement of authorities. Finally, our country has a long constitutional tradition of protecting parental rights. This is the common sense solution.
Thank you. Thank you.
Josh Shearling, followed by Casey Deaver.
50.8%. That's the suicide attempt rate of trans kids. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for 15 to 24-year-old youth. This is life-threatening. The key, the number one factor...
Sir, can you remove your hand out of your pocket?
Sorry.
Thank you.
The number one factor for somebody having suicidal thoughts is being isolated, being alone, being unheard. You're putting a barrier between a child who is seeking advice, seeking guidance, from a teacher who actually cares about them. Not every home is safe. Not every parent is safe. I'm sorry, that's not true. As a man of faith, the most Christ-like thing that we can do is love the marginalized people. They need our affection, our acceptance of who they are. We cannot, 30 seconds, we cannot allow agendas, policies, get in the way of doing the right thing for our children. My daughter came out 2 weeks ago. Dad, I don't see myself as a she, her. I'm a they, them. I don't care. I love you. I love you.
Casey Deaver, followed by Jen Kennedy.
Good evening. I'm here representing Assemblyman Bill Asili, who's the author of Assembly Bill 1314, the foundation framework of the parental notification policy being discussed here tonight. His bill, AB 1314, was a direct response to faulty policy guidance issued by the California Department of Education, which misled schools to think children have a right to privacy from their own parents. This guidance was not based on any statute or any case law. Instead, it was issued by unelected bureaucrats without any debate or public input. AB 1314 seeks to clarify and underscore a parent's constitutional right to raise their child. Assemblyman Bill Asili is in strong support of the parental notification policy being voted on here tonight. Not only will this policy protect the rights of the parent to raise their child, it will also help protect trans children who we know are at much greater risk of suicide. NRP recently published a study showing trans children have better outcomes when their parents are involved. The last thing government should do is separate children from their parents in general, but especially on this topic. This is precisely the role of the parent to guide and to nurture their child through difficult and confusing years of adolescence. California law and policy should never presume a parent does not have the best interests of their child. Assemblyman Bill Asili believes children are the domain of their parents and not the government. For these reasons, Assemblyman Asili urges the Temecula Valley School Board to adopt this parental notification policy. Thank you very much.
Jen Kennedy, followed by Christian Adams.
Good evening, Board. My name is Jennifer Kennedy, and I'm an attorney and a member of Our Duty, which is a group of parents safeguarding children. I support this parent notification policy. Why? It's common sense, it's legal, and it's necessary. It's common sense because parents are presumed, as we've heard, under the law, to have their children's best interests at heart. There's no data to support the inflammatory default position we're hearing that parents are dangerous or going to react abusively towards a trans-identifying child. When a child is exhibiting gender dysphoria on campus, a parent must know in order to give that support, the attention, or even professional help. And if our LGBTQ kids has such a heightened risk of suicidality, as we've heard so often tonight, their parents need to know that their child is placing him or herself in that high-risk category. This is common sense. Notifying parents is also legal. There is no state or federal law, none, that entitles or requires a school to lie to parents about their child. None. If there were a law, Newsom and Bonta would have produced it by now. They haven't.
30 seconds.
Finally, this policy is necessary. Look, we wouldn't be here if schools weren't lying to parents when a child is presenting as trans, lying by omission and lying by creating shadow files. We wouldn't be here if schools weren't providing breast binders to girls and tuck tape to our boys. We wouldn't be here if schools weren't acting like they possess greater rights to our children than the kids' actual parents who don't leave duty at 3:45, the end of summer, or at graduation. Tonight, I'm hearing the words inclusive and safe spaces.
Christian Adams, followed by Desiree Ferraro.
One of my favorite song lyrics is "Choke on your own spit as soon as you mention us," aka "Mind your business." I want to start this by highlighting the ignorance in this agenda.